Go ahead, start the rehearsal. MC, please start. Go ahead, please. We are running out of time.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and our honorable international speakers, a warm welcome to the World Tourism Day Seminar 2023, presented by President University Pacific Asia Tourism Association, Javabeka and Co., and our dearest partner universities, Bina Sarana Informatica University, Podo Moro University, Panchasila University, Trisakti Tourism College, Palita Harapan University, Swiss German University, Parivisata and Business International Institute, President University, Udayana University, NHI Bandung Tourism College,
Dharma University, Unit Social and Management SCA Institute, Amarupok Yogyakarta Tourism College, Universitas dan LSER Institute, James Cook University Australia, Bunda Mulia University, Bina Nusantara University, Pendidikan Indonesia University, Bali Tourism College, Lombok Tourism College.
Proudly hosted here in the captivating land of Indonesia, standing in the largest industrial state in the Southeast Asia, that is Jababeka. I'm Muniba from Pakistan, and together with my co-host Scarlett from Vietnam, and we are currently studying in President University, home to students from all around the world, multicultural, A-accredited university. We are truly honored to guide you through this remarkable event celebrating the dynamic world of tourism.
Thank you, Muniba. What an exciting day we have ahead of us as we gather to explore the immense potential of tourism in shaping cultures, fostering understanding, and promoting sustainable development. Our beautiful host country, Indonesia, with its diverse landscape, rich traditions, and warm hospitalities, exemplifies the very essence of what makes tourism so transformative.
Absolutely right, Scarlett. As we embark on this journey together, we will delve into insightful discussions, hear from visionary speakers, and exchange ideas that have the power to shape the future of travel and exploration. With the theme of this year's World Tourism Day seminar being Tourism and Green Investments, we are set to unravel the tapestry of nature that make our planet so enchanting.
Today, we have an exciting lineup of speakers, panel discussions, and networking that will shed light on innovative approaches, successful collaborations, and the latest trends in sustainable tourism and green investment. We aim to empower you with knowledge that can make a difference as we embark on this journey of exploration and enlightenment. Let us remember that knowledge is just the first step. The real change happens when we take what we have learned today and apply it into our daily life and professional endeavors.
I totally agree, Scarlett. You are right. Sustainable tourism has gained significant momentum in recent years. Travelers are increasingly concerned about their environmental and social impact when they visit destinations. Many destinations are adopting eco friendly practices such as reducing plastic waste, promoting wildlife conservation, and implementing responsible tourism guidelines by United Nations.
Moving on to the next sessions, I want to express our sincere gratitude to the esteemed speakers, panelists, and experts who have shared their knowledge and experiences with us. Your contributions have been valuable, and we are deeply appreciative of your dedications to the cause of sustainable tourism. All right, so let's officially start the event. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up for the national anthem of Indonesia.
Thank you for the attention, ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, and members of our university community. It's such an honor for me to introduce our beloved Ministry of Tourism, honorable guest speakers, respectable audience, and now it is my privilege to introduce our host of today's event. Please join me in welcoming Dr. IR Yunita Ismail from President University representing it.
Thank you, Dr. Arunita ISML MSE, for those inspiring words. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and fellow enthusiasts of the vibrant world of tourism, we gather here today to celebrate the spirit of travel and explorations of this special occasion. It is our great pleasure to commence this event with the insight and perspective from World Tourism Day event and Pacific Asia Travel Association. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to our Ma'am Martini C. Agung Chandara to share their opening remarks and set the stage for a day filled with insight and opportunities.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Martiningsi Agun Chandra, for those enlightening words that remind us of the power of collaboration and education in the world of tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just getting started on this exciting journey of celebrating World Tourism Day. The insights shared by Ma'am Martiningsi have set a thoughtful tone of our event. Dear our honorable speakers, respectable audience from all around the world, today's celebration of World Tourism Day 2023 is not just a local event, but a global gathering of minds, hearts, and dreams. It is an absolute pleasure to introduce a distinguished guest who represents the unity of purpose and the power of collaboration.
Our next speaker stands as a beacon of knowledge and inspiration, embodying the spirit of international cooperation. As we celebrate this World Tourism Day, we are honored to welcome Professor Dr. Diana Mutiara Lemmy as she delivers an inspirational speech on behalf of the 20 partner universities. Please join me in giving her a warm round of applause.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Diana Mutiara Limi. Your words have truly enriched our understanding of the importance of collaboration in the world of academia and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a well-deserved break. We understand that virtual events can be quite engaging, but we all need a moment to recharge. This is also a great opportunity to stretch your legs and take a brief rest. We will resume our event in 20 minutes, so make sure to be back promptly. In the meantime, you can network with fellow participants in the chat or catch up on any messages or emails. Enjoy your coffee break, and we will see you
here back shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoy your coffee break and are ready for an enriching sessions ahead. We are about to delve even deeper into the vital intersections between tourism and green investment. The sustainability of our planet and the future of travel are topics of paramount importance. It is a great atheism that we welcome Dr. H. Sandia Salahuddin Uno, BBA, MBA, Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm virtual welcome to Dr. H. Santiago Salahuddin Uno, BBA, MBA, as he delivers his keynote address on tourism and green investments. Let's together explore how we can make responsible and environmentally conscious choices while enjoying the beautiful of our world. Dr. H. Santiago Salahuddin Uno, BBA, MBA, the virtual stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Dr. H. Santiago Salahuddin Uno, BBA, MBA, Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, for such insightful words. Now, guys, moving ahead, we welcome everyone again. As we commence our session 1, we are fortunate to have skilled professionals who will expertly guide our discussion and help us uncover valuable insights from our distinguished panelists. But before we start, I hope you have been enjoying the insightful discussions and engaging presentations during our event today. As we near the end of this session, it's time to recognize the outstanding contribution from our audience. Yeah. So without further ado, I have thrilled to So basically, without a further ado, we are thrilled to announce the door prizes for participants who have posed the best questions and made the most insightful comments during the sessions. The prizes are sponsored by Palita Harapan University, Swiss German University, Communicasi dan Business, LSPR Institute, and Podomoro University.
All right, guys, so let's not wait for longer. Our moderator for these sessions brings a wealth of experience in tourism and green investment, making them an ideal navigator of our journey today. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to our Sessions 1 moderator, Sufiana, SST PAR, MPAR, MMCHE, Southeast Asia Regional Editor of Event Management Journal, USA and Editorial Board of Journal Dharma Wistata, Assistant Professor at Bunda Mulia University, Indonesia. With their expertise, we are in couple hands in navigate this discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, our stimulating sessions 1 has concluded, and it's time for a well-deserved lunch break. Hope you have found it insightful and thought-provoking. And we will see you here back soon.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope that you had your lunch and are ready for another as we continue our exploration of tourism and green investment. We are fortunate to have a capable guide who will steer us through the insightful discussion that's await.
Our moderator for sessions, Dr. Munawaro Zaniel, is a vice head of business and management, as well as lecturer in Swiss German University. Within her 15-year experiences in the hospitality and tourism industry, she has a deep understanding of our topic. Our moderator and guest speaker will bring a unique perspective, a wealth of experience to this discussion, ensuring that we dive even deeper into the subject matter.
Without further ado, please join me in extending a warm welcome to our Session 2 moderator, Dr. Munawwaro Zainal. Their skill and expertise will undoubtedly make this session engaging and informative. Let's show our appreciation as we invite Dr. Munawwaro Zainal to take the lead in our upcoming conversation.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we move into season 2, we have another exciting segment to looking forward to. As promised, we want to take a moment to appreciate the active engagement of our participants. During sessions 1 and 2, many of you have continued to contribute insightful questions and comments, enriching our conversation. Your active participation is what makes our event truly special. To recognize your valuable contributions, we have prepared door prizes for those who made the most outstanding questions and moments during the sessions. These prizes are a token of our appreciations for your dedication to knowledge sharing and active participation.
So, moving ahead, let's announce the lucky winners of our door prizes for session 2. Congratulations to all our winners. You have demonstrated a keen interest in our topic and helped make our discussion even more engaging and exciting. Please stay tuned for instruction on how to claim your prizes. Thank you all for participating in our session and thank you for your active involvement. Let's keep the momentum going as we proceed with our event. As we near the conclusion of our event, it's time to express our gratitude to the individuals who have played a pivotal role in ensuring the success of our discussions today. Our moderators for each session have skillfully guided us through insightful conversation, facilitating an enriching exchange of ideas and knowledge. Their expertise and education have been valuable and respected. Thank you.
To honor their contributions, we have prepared certificates for appreciation. These certificates serve as a token of our gratitude for their outstanding moderation. Please join me in giving a virtual round of applause to our moderator, Ma'am Sufiana SST Par, MPAR, MMCHE, and Ma'am Dr. Munawwaro Zainal for their exceptional contributions. Your efforts have truly elevated our event. Thank you for your outstanding work, and we look forward to our continued support in our future endeavors. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to cherish the moments of our event, we have a wonderful opportunities for you to capture these memories. I am delighted to announce that we will be having a special photo sessions. Our professional photographers will be there to ensure that you have a memorable keepsake from our event. So, please gather your smiles and let's create some beautiful memories together during our photo sessions. Let's make these photo sessions a memorable one. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for coordinating with us. Ladies and gentlemen, as we draw the curtains on this remarkable event, it's time for us to reflect on the inspiring journey we have embarked upon today. It's been a day filled with profound insights, lively discussions, and valuable connections and collaborations. First and foremost, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our host university, that is President University, and the sponsor for their unwavering support. Without their generous contributions, this event would not have been possible. Your commitment, World Tourism Day, has paved the way for a day of learning and collaboration. Next, a special thank is due to our esteemed speakers. Your expertise and thought-provoking presentations have left an indelible mark on us all. Each of you has contributed to the success of this event, and your insights will continue to inspiring us. Our participants, both near and far, your active engagement, questions, and comments have enriched our discussions and made this event truly interactive. Thank you for being a part of our journey today. We also want to express our gratitude to our partner universities. Your collaboration and dedication to the pursuit of knowledge have played a vital role in making this event a success. Together, we have taken significant strides in advancing and understanding investment. Thank you for celebrating World Tourism Day with us.
Last but certainly not least, we want to acknowledge our supporting partners. Your contributions behind the scene, whether in logistic technology or organizations, have been instrumentally in ensuring the seamless executions of this event. We value your partnership and support. As we conclude this event, let's carry a Spirit Today discussions forward. Let's continue to collaborate, innovate, and work towards a better future in Indonesia and to the world. Thank you for the sponsor and partner university. It was a great opportunity to work with you all.
Bina Sarana Informatica University, Podo Moro University, Panchasila University, Trisakti Tourism College, Palita Harapan University, Swiss German University, Parivisata then Business International Institute, President University, Udayana University, NHI Bandung Tourism College.
Nadarma University, Ilmu Social dan Management STIAMI Institute, Hamad Baru.
In the end, until here, we have to say this one, right? But after this, we thank you.
Bagus. Bagus banget. Thanks Muniba, thanks Scarlett, thanks Joses. Bagus. Excellent.
Cek, cek, 1, 2. Cek. Cek, cek, 1, cek. Cek.
Hello, leaders. Welcome to President University. My name is Caroline from Law Batch 2002.
My name is Sir from Industrial Engineering Batch 2022.
And we are so excited to show you around today. Come on! First stop of our tour is the main building of President University, home to the Office of Undergraduate Admission, where we welcome thousands of visitors each year. This is where my President University story began.
This is also where I took my very first class in President University. The main building accommodated the Adam Kurniawan Library, classes, laboratories, and student services of President University. President University was founded by Dr. S.D. Darmono as the founder of Jababeka Group.
President University is located in Jababeka Education Park, Kota Jababeka. It's a fully integrated major township development spanning 5,600 hectares. It is a self-contained industry-based township and as the largest industrial estate in Southeast Asia.
As the home of 1,700 multinational companies from 30 countries, namely the United States of America, Canada, United Kingdom, Germany, France, the Netherlands, Korea, Japan, China, Malaysia, Singapore, and Australia.
As an international standard university, President University not only are the classes conducted in English, yet also equipped with an international standard curriculum which was made and developed by world-class academics.
Our nearly 5,000 undergraduate students study across 4 academic divisions: the Faculty of Business, the Faculty of Humanities, the Faculty of Computer Science, and the Faculty of Engineering.
The Adam Kurniawan Library was first opened in 2003. The library was officially named Adam Kurniawan Library in honor of Adam Kurniawan as one of the founders of Jababeka Group.
The design concept of the new library implies the UNESCO 4 pillars of education: learning to know, learning to be, learning to do, and learning to live together.
This is the President University Convention Center. It's the place where you start and end your activities at the President University. This is the place where you gather for your first year convocation, and this is also where you end your journey in President University for your senior year graduation.
This is also the place where President University students' favorite events are held: the Disnatalis of President University, Sport Olympiad, President University Idol, and the welcoming night for the freshmen.
Every year here on PUCC, our clubs and communities host the Student Involvement Fair. President University offers a variety of clubs and communities that you can join.
We have everything ranging from performing arts and music to cultural clubs and even student government. During your time in President University, you might have a class that is in a larger lecture hall setting. But the majority of the classes that you take here are going to be in classroom just look like this.
The university has laboratories to support the academics activities. Each faculty has one of the student academic supporting areas. President University follows the curriculum of Campus Merdeka, which all students will fulfill in 3 years of education. Due to this curriculum, a President University graduate is a well-rounded critical thinker, a great conversation partner, and ready to address the world's most pressing needs. Welcome to Dormitory.
President University students want to live in the campus area to experience the international environment the university has offered. There are two dormitories, the New Beverly Hills and the student boarding house.
Residential life is all about living in community with your classmates and friends and making some of the best memories you possibly can here at President University.
There are so many places on campus for students to hang out. One of my favorite places happens to be right here. This is the Jababeka Golf and Country Club. This is an awesome place for students to hang and to get the golf-free range, swimming pool, and other sports facilities.
Thank you for joining us. We love showing you around campus.
We hope to see you soon on President University.
Bye.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and our honorable international speakers. A warm welcome to the World Tourism Day Seminar 2023, presented by President University, Pacific Asia Tourism Association, PATA, and Jababeka & Co., and dearest partner universities, Bina Sarana Informatica University, Podo Moro University, Panchasila University, Trisakti Institute of Tourism, Palita Harapan University, Swiss German University, Parivisata and Business International Institute, President University, Udayana University, NHI Bandung Tourism College,
Gunadarma University, Ilmu Sosial dan Management Setiami Institute, Amar Rukno Yogyakarta Tourism College, Komunikasi dan Bisnis LSPR Institute, James Cook University Australia, Bunda Mulia University, Bina Nusantara University, Pendidikan Indonesia University, Bali Tourism College, Lombok Tourism College.
proudly hosted here in the captivating land of Indonesia. Indonesia is chosen as the executive member of UNWTO with China and Japan. From 2023 until 2027, it is a great pleasure for Indonesia being acknowledged by the world for the contribution. Because of that, Indonesia is committed to invest and grow the sustainable investments in green tourism. Standing in the largest industrial state in Southeast Asia, that is Jababeka, I'm Muniba Sajid, majoring in business administration from Pakistan, with together my co-host.
I am Scarlett, majoring in Law, batch 2022 at President University.
And we are currently studying in President University, home to students from all around the world, multicultural, A-accredited university. We are truly honored to guide you through this remarkable event celebrating the dynamic world of tourism.
Thank you, Muniba. What an exciting day we have ahead of us as we gather to explore the immense potential of tourism in shaping cultures, fostering understanding, and promoting sustainable development. Our beautiful host country, Indonesia, with its diverse landscape, rich traditions, and warm hospitality, exemplifies the very essence of what makes tourism so transformative.
Absolutely right, Scarlett. As we embark on this journey together, we will delve into insightful discussions, hear from visionary speakers, and exchange ideas that have the power to shape the future of travel and exploration. With the theme of this year's World Tourism Day Seminar and Youth Forum being Tourism and Green Investments, we are set to unravel the tapestry of nature that make our planet so enchanting.
Today, we have an exciting lineup of speakers, panel discussions, and networking that will shed light into innovative approaches, successful collaborations, and the latest trends in sustainable tourism and green investment. We aim to empower you with knowledge that can make a difference. As we embark on this journey of exploration and enlightenment, let us remember that knowledge is just the first step. The real change happens when we can take what we have learned today and apply it into our daily life and professional endeavors.
I totally agree, Scarlett. Sustainable tourism has gained significant momentum in recent years. Travelers are increasingly concerned about their environmental and social impact when they visit destinations. Many destinations are adopting eco-friendly practices such as reducing plastic waste, promoting wildlife conservation, and implementing responsible tourism guidelines provided by United Nations. Moving on to the next session, I want to express our sincere gratitude to our esteemed speakers, panelists, and experts who shared their knowledge and experiences with us. Your contribution have been valuable, and we are deeply appreciate your dedication to the cause of sustainable tourism.
All right, so let's officially start the event. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up for our national anthem of Indonesia.
So it's time to listen to the national anthem of Indonesia. Thank you for the attention, ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, and members of our university community and our dearest audience. It is such an honor for me to introduce our beloved Ministry of Tourism, honorable guest speakers, and respectable audience again. Now, moving ahead, we are going on to the speaking sessions. And it is now my privilege to introduce our host university, that is definitely our university, the Great President University. So here we are having a welcoming speech from President University by Dr. I.R. Yanita Ismail, MSI. She is our respectable lecturer from President University. Thank you. The time and place is yours, Ma'am Yanita.
Assalamualaikum.
Menyarankan, oke. Miji.
Distinguished Tourist Minister of Republic of Indonesia, distinguished speaker in this international seminar, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am delighted to welcome you all to President University, a place where innovation, education, and sustainability covers. As a host for today's events, I am honored to stand before you, and inaugurate this gathering, which revolves around the theme of tourism and green investment. President University has always been a forefront or of promoting sustainable practices and fostering a deep understanding of the importance of our environments. With that in mind, today's event is a significant event toward creating a brighter and more sustainable future. Tourism and green investment are two critical areas that intersect at the heart of sustainable development. We believe that by harnessing the power of responsible tourism and green investment, we can not only reserve our natural resources, but also boost economic growth and job creation. In the spirit of fostering innovation and collaboration, we have brought together a diverse group of experts, academic, industry leaders, and policymakers to share their insight and experience in this field. Through discussion, presentation, and networking opportunities, we aim to inspire and empower individuals and organizations to make environmentally conscious choices and investment. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all our distinguished speakers and participants for joining us today. Your presence here is a testament to your dedication to the cause of sustainability. And we are thrilled to have you as a part of this event. I encourage all of you to actively participate, ask questions, and exchange ideas. Together, we can explore innovative solutions, inspire change, and pave the way for a world where tourism and green investment coexist harmoniously. Once again, welcome to President University, where future sustainable tourism and green investment begin. Let us embark on this journey together, united in our pursuit of greener and more prosperous world. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
A great round of applause for you. Thank you, Dr. I.R. Yunita I.S. Mail, MSI, for those inspiring words. And thank you for President University NPACTA for being the host of World Tourism Day 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and fellow enthusiasts of vibrant world of tourism, we gather here today to celebrate the spirit of travel and explorations on this special occasion. It is our great pleasure to commence this event with the insight and perspective from World Tourism Event and Pacific Asia Travel Association. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to our Ma'am Martinixi Agung Chandara to share their opening remarks and set the stage for a day filled with insights and opportunities.
Round of applause for Ma'am Martinixi Agung Chandara of the Pacific Asia Tourism Association. The time and place is yours, but virtually, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, ladies. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today, we gather to celebrate World Tourism Day. It is a day that shines a light on the importance of tourism. The theme of this year's World Tourism Day is Tourism and Green Investments. The theme that could not be more timely. This means we need to make it easier for investors of all kinds to support tourism projects with the potential to make a difference. We recognize the vital need for green investments to build a tourism sector that delivers for people, for planet, and for prosperity. Government and businesses must invest in sustainable and resilient tourism practices. This year's official country is in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and the venue of the World Tourism Day celebration is at Four Seasons Hotel Riyadh. Tourism is like opening a door. It allows people to step out of their world and into another. It is a chance to meet new people, taste different foods, and learn about other cultures. It is a day to celebrate these wonderful experiences that broaden our minds and fill our hearts with joy. This is a chance to reflect on the importance of our tourism and hospitality industry. Furthermore, tourism is not just about fun and adventure. It is also plays a big and important role in our world's economy, and it is about understanding and respect, and as well as its challenges. So on this World Tourism Day, we also celebrate how tourism helps people's lives get better and caring for the places to grow. Tourism also is a great teacher. It teaches us about history, culture, geography, and science in a fun way. Thus, World Tourism Day is not just a day for travel lovers, but it's also a day for all of us. It is a day to celebrate the joy of exploring new places, and most importantly, it is a day to remember our duty to protect the world we live and love to explore. At the end, I would like to say that World Tourism Day is not just a day for us to think about the fun times we had on the trips. It's also a day for us to think about how we can be a better tourist. It is a day for us to remember that the world is a beautiful place and we need to take care of it. Whether we are at home or on a trip, let's make every a World Tourism Day. On behalf of PATA Indonesia chapter and World Tourism Day Indonesia, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all our speakers, moderators, sponsors, participants, and the President University team who made the event possible and successful. I wish you all a fruitful discussion and sharing today. Happy World Tourism Day 2023. Thank you very much. Enjoy the day.
It's a true pleasure to greet you on this World Tourism Day. This is a chance to reflect on the importance of our sector. Tourism is a pillar of our economies. It plays a central role in our societies and in our individual lives. And it offers solutions to some of our biggest challenges, including the climate emergency and the urgent need to shift to more sustainable economies. The power of tourism is enormous, but it's not a force that can be taken for granted. Instead, it must be supported above all with investment. This World Tourism Day will recognize the theme of tourism and green investments. The theme could not be more timely. 2023 was the hottest year on record, and extreme weather events like heat waves could become the new normal. Tourism needs to adapt. For this, we need to rethink how our sector is financed. We need to make it easier for investors of all kinds to support tourist projects with the potential to make a difference. Looking further ahead, we need investments that can empower tourism to build a better and fairer future for all. Once again, I wish you all a peaceful and inspiring World Tourism Day.
Thank you, Ma'am Martiningsi Agun Chandra from PATA Pacific Asia Tourism Association and the video from UNWTO, United Nations World Tourism Organization. Those enlightening words that remind us of the power of collaboration and education in the world of tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just getting started on this exciting journey of celebrating World Tourism Day and Youth Forum. The insights shared by MM Martiningsi and UNWTO have set a thoughtful tone of our event. Dear honorable speakers, respectable audience, and our honorable guests from all around the world, today's celebration of World Tourism Day and Youth Forum from 2023 is not just a local event, but a global gathering of minds, hearts, and frames. It is an absolute pleasure to introduce the distinguished guest who represents the unity of purpose and the power of collaboration.
Our next speaker stands as a beacon of knowledge and inspiration, embodying the spirit of international cooperation as we celebrate this World Tourism Day. We are honored to welcome Professor Dr. Diana Mutiara Lemmy as she delivers an inspirational speech on behalf of our 20 partner universities.
Yeah, so while she joined the event, ladies and gentlemen, it seems we are experiencing a brief delay due to the technical reasons, so our team is working diligently to resolve the issue. During this time, we have something fun and interactive. I tell you about the President University. It's a university welcoming the students from all around the world, and we are collaborating PATA for this event. We are celebrating World Tourism Day as Youth Forum 2023 by PATA and President University, and we are glad to both of our hosts. Can we continue to do? Okay, so let's welcome Ma'am Mutiara.
Everyone, happy World Tourism Day 2023.
It is a day when we come together to recognize the power of travel, the beauty of diverse cultures, and the importance of sustainable tourism. This day serves as a reminder of the incredible opportunity that tourism offers our global community.
As we mark World Tourism Day, let us remember that the world is a vast, diverse, and incredibly beautiful place.
Let us seize every opportunity to explore, experience, and enjoy it. And let us do so with a sense of responsibility and respect for the people and places we encounter in our journeys.
Greetings from President University.
Happy World Tourism Day 2023.
Happy World Tourism Day 2023.
From UPH with love.
So, let us welcome Professor Dr. Diana Mutiara Lemmy as she delivers an inspirational speech on behalf of 20 partner universities.
Yeah, so basically we're having a speech later on. So until that, we have watched few university videos that are the greeting for World Tourism Day and Youth Forum 2023. And thank you our partner universities for sending those greetings to us. We are really grateful for that. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a well-deserved break. We understand the virtual events can be quite engaging, but we all need a moment to recharge. This is also a great opportunity to stretch your legs and take a brief rest. We will resume our event in 20 minutes, so make sure to be back promptly. In the meantime, you can network with fellow participants in the chat or catch up on any messages or email. Enjoy your coffee break, and we will see you right back here shortly. Thank you. Welcome back. So guys, I hope you have enjoyed your coffee break. We are back before the time because we have here another inspirational speaker. So basically, our next speaker stands as a beacon of knowledge and inspiration, embodying the spirit of international cooperation as we celebrate this World Tourism Day and Youth Forum 2023 presented by President University and PATA. We are honored to welcome Professor Dr. Diana Mutiara as she delivers an inspirational speech on the behalf of 20 partner universities. Please join me in giving her a warm round of applause. The virtual ground is yours, ma'am.
Thank you very much and greetings to all of you. Happy World Tourism Day. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. Salam kebajikan to all of us. I would like to greet everyone who participate in this event. And first of all, I would like to greet Dr. Haji Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, who will be our keynote speaker today. To all distinguished guest speakers from Indonesia and also from other countries who are very inspirational and will give us a lot of knowledge today. I also would like to thank World Tourism Day Indonesia and PATA Indonesia, President University Rector and all team as the host of this event. Also to the partners, universities, institutions who collaborate to make this event possible, and all fellows and participants. Today, once again, in 2023, we are celebrating World Tourism Day. This is a very important day to all of us, the stakeholders of tourism. This year's theme is tourism and green investment. I personally take that tourism and green investment is something that is very important, and we as a stakeholder for tourism have to take this topic seriously. Why is it so? Because now we are changing many things in tourism because of the climate change. The world now, the environment is facing a great challenge because of the climate change. Nowadays, we see that many of countries, many of continents facing different in weather, different in situation, and many of natural disasters happen because of this climate change. So in facing those challenges as stakeholders in tourism, we have to take real action to change the situation. If now we don't take any serious action, then it will be far too late for us. That is why many countries now is already committed to pursue the zero carbon in all industries and activities. For Indonesia, this country is very serious in taking this issue as something that have to be followed up. Yesterday, our President Joko Widodo launched the Indonesian Carbon Exchange, which was officially launched in Tuesday, 26th of September. And according to our president's speech, he said that this is Indonesia's real contribution to fighting for the climate crisis. Not only that, if we are very focused in doing so, we can change the situation. All of the carbon exchange result can be converted, and Indonesia can have a potential to get 3,000 trillion rupiahs for our income from this carbon exchange. So what we can learn from this is, if we can do a real action, then we can gain something from the threat. Climate change is a threat, but we can change it into an opportunity. What about in tourism? Fellow and friends, our sector, tourism, is a sector that have a very great potential to contribute to the climate crisis. Why is it so? Because in our activities in tourism, we are using a lot of energy. We consume a lot of energy. We consume a lot of resources, water, electricity, and at the same time, we also produce a lot of waste. So we really have to take action about it. And as tourism people, we have the responsibility to follow up the situation. And one of it is by implementing sustainable tourism and motivate people to do green investment in tourism. I realized that in this forum, there are a lot of educators. So we can start from our education. We can start from our curriculum. We can start from our way in educating our students. They have to realize the challenges that they are going to face in the future. So sustainable tourism can be the answer. And sustainable tourism can be a start for everyone in tourism to realize how to create a balanced activities and tourism that can make sure that the next generation can always enjoy what we enjoy and have now. So by having said that, I hope all of us here in this forum, we can learn from all of the speakers that are invited in this forum. We are really honored to have all of those speakers because they are going to share their knowledge. They are going to enrich our knowledge so we can know how to start to take real action in facing this real climate crisis. And on behalf of the 20 institutions who involved in this event, I would like to say thank you for all the committee and all parties who make this event possible. We also would like to thank you for all the participants, and let's have a fruitful and fun conferences in celebrating this wonderful day. Thank you very much.
Words have truly enriched our understanding of the importance of collaboration in the world of sustainable tourism and green investment, academia, and beyond.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're ready for an enriching seasons ahead. We're about to delve even deeper into the vital intersections between tourism and green investment. The sustainability of our planet and the future of travel are the topic of the paramount importance. It's great enthusiasm that we welcome Dr. A. Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, BBA, MBA, Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm virtual welcome to Dr. H. Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, BBA, MBA, as he delivers his keynote address on tourism and green investments. Let's together explore how we can make responsible and environmentally conscious choices while enjoying the beauty of our world. Dr. H. Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, BBA, MBA, the virtual stage is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, Menteri Pariwisata dan Ekonomi Kreatif Republik Indonesia, mengucapkan selamat dan sukses kepada World Tourism Day Indonesia Foundation dan Pacific Asia Travel Association Indonesia Chapter atas penyelenggaraan World Tourism Day International Seminar and Youth Forum dengan tema Tourism and Green Investment. Indonesia telah terpilih sebagai salah satu anggota Dewan Eksekutif UNWTO atau Executive Council bersama Tiongkok, Korea Selatan, dan Jepang. Ini prestasi luar biasa untuk periode 2023-2027. Ini menunjukkan kepercayaan dunia negara-negara besar terhadap Indonesia dalam kontribusinya mendorong kebangkitan sektor pariwisata dunia. Untuk itu kami mendorong peningkatan investasi di sektor pariwisata hijau yang mengedepankan prinsip berkelanjutan, sehingga dapat lebih berkualitas dan berkelanjutan, terutama dalam mencapai target ciptaan 4,4 juta lapangan kerja baru di tahun 2024. Semoga forum ini dapat meningkatkan wawasan kita semua tentang tourism development and green investment untuk pembangunan pariwisata dan ekonomi kreatif Indonesia yang berkualitas dan tentunya berkelanjutan. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ed Santiago Salahuddin Uno, BBA, MBA, Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, Indonesia, for such an informative speech. So basically, since he have delivered the speech in Indonesian language, so let me elaborate it a bit in English. So basically, he was trying to explain Indonesia is chosen as the executive member of United Nations World Tourism Organization with China and Japan. From 2023 until 2027, it is a great pleasure for Indonesia being acknowledged by the world for contribution in the tourism and green investment. Because of that, Indonesia is held committed and responsible to invest and grow the sustainable investments and green tourism. Moving ahead, we have few videos, the greeting videos from our partner universities that we will play later. So can we continue to that session where you will see the greetings from our partner universities?
Everyone, happy World Tourism Day 2023.
It is a day when we come together to recognize the power of travel, the beauty of diverse cultures, and the importance of sustainable tourism. This day serves as a reminder of the incredible opportunity that tourism offers our global community.
As we mark World Tourism Day, let us remember that the world is a vast, diverse, and incredibly beautiful place.
Let us seize every opportunity to explore, experience, and enjoy it. And let us do so with a sense of responsibility and respect for the people and places we encounter in our journeys.
Greetings from President University.
Happy World Tourism Day 2023.
Happy World Tourism Day 2023.
From UPH with love.
Happy World industry around the world goes higher and better. Big spirit to all tourism professionals. All the best. Salam Pesona Indonesia. Wonderful Indonesia.
Civitas Akademika Institut Pariwisata Trisakti mengucapkan Selamat Hari Pariwisata Dunia 2023. Happy World Tourism Day. Bangga berwisata di Indonesia.
Happy World Tourism Day 2023 from Lombok Tourism Polytechnic. Yes, we can.
Om Swastiastu, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, salam japa, namo budaya, salam, salam menganjali karyawan. Saya Ida Bagus Puja, Direktur Politeknik Bali, beserta manajemen mengucapkan Happy World Tourism Day 2020. Together, we are investing in people, planet, and prosperity. Politeknik Bali Center of Excellence. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, salam japa, namo budaya, salam, salam menganjali karyawan. Saya Ida Bagus Puja, Direktur Politeknik Bali, beserta manajemen mengucapkan Happy World Tourism Day 2020. Together, we are investing in people, planet, and prosperity. Politeknik Bali Center of Excellence. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, President and other partner university have sending us greetings for World Tourism Day and Youth Forum 2023.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend my thanks to our great inspirational speakers again. And I would like to ask Professor Dr. Diana Mutiara Lemi to present the Appreciation E-Certificate to Dr. Ed Sandiaga Salahuddin, Uno, BBA, MBA, the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy. We are again grateful for you to be the part of World Tourism Day and Youth Forum 2023.
To Dr. Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, on behalf of the World Tourism Day and also PATA Indonesia and the 20 institutions that collaborate for this event, we would like to present this certificate of appreciation. We really thank you for your speech today, and we hope we can together we can collaborate to make Indonesia's tourism contribute more to sustainable tourism. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, welcome everyone. As we commence Season 1, we are fortunate to have skilled professionals who will expertly guide our discussion and help us uncover valuable insights from our distinguished panelists. Our moderator for this season bring a wealth experience in tourism and green investment, making them the ideal navigator for our journey today. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to our Season 1 moderator, Supina SST Par MPAR MMCHE, Southeast Asian Regional Editor of Event Management Journal, USA and Editorial Board of Journal Dharma Wisata, Assistant Professor at Bunda Mulia University, Indonesia. With their expertise, we are capable hands to navigate this discussion.
Yeah, but before we start, I hope you have been enjoying the insightful discussion and engaging presentation during our event today. As we near to start this session, it's time to recognize the outstanding contribution from our audience, because we will really appreciate your questions and comments that you will do to enrich our discussion. So without further ado, we will later announce the door prizes from participants who have posed the best questions and made the most insightful comments and compliments during the both sessions. The prizes are basically sponsored by Pelita Harapan University, German Swiss University, Comunications and Business LSPR Institute, and Podomoro University. Thanks to all the sponsors, and now we will continue to our panel discussion number 1. So the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Muniba and Scarlett, for a very happy welcome. Good morning to all tourism scholars, professionals, and students. Operators, I'm here actually. Okay, to start this event, I'm so awakened by the awakening speech from our Minister of Tourism, Dr. Sandiaga Uno and Prof. Dina. Thank you so much for a very warm welcome, Ibu Ningsi. We are waking up in a very different era this morning as we celebrate our World Tourism Day today, hosted by President University Pacific Asia Travel Association Indonesia Chapter, Ikatan Cendekiawan Pariwisata Indonesia, and 20 other sporting university live from Jababeka, Cikarang. We are so honored to have this session for all the more than 400 participants. We're going to have 6 base of speakers in their fields. So we start from, I would like to welcome Mr. Agilson Vale as the Senior Director of Asia Pacific Country Manager, Euromonitor International, Singapore office. Hello, Mr. Agilson.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the invite. I would like to thank Dr. Agus Kani and the President University, wonderful Indonesia, for inviting us for this really important day. I myself have got a background in tourism. I have studied tourism, travel and tourism and aviation, and it's a pleasure to be with all of you here today.
Okay, Mr. Agilson, did you just fly to Indonesia? I think yesterday or
yeah, last night. I got here last night.
Oh, welcome.
Thank you.
Since due to time limit, I would like to the platform is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll be sharing my screen. Do let me know if there are any technical issues. Let me just see if for some reason I'm not able to share my screen. I probably need someone to enable the sharing on Zoom.
really sorry, sir, for the inconvenience. Just give us a minute. We are
Thank you.
handling it. Thank you so much for your patience, and we welcome you.
Thank you for the invite.
We are grateful, sir, that you are being the part of our World Tourism Day and Youth Forum 2023.
I believe I can now share my screen. Do let me know if you are able to see my screen on presentation mode. Yeah.
Maybe you can try now. If you
There
can
is there is just a little bit of a delay, but let me just go back. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. So once again, happy World Tourism Day. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. Today, I would like to share a little bit of what we have learned globally by running for more than 50 years research on the not only on the travel industry, but across a lot of different consumer goods industries that affects our day-to-day and how we behave as consumers. Before we start, I would just like to share with, yes, go ahead. Would anyone like to ask a question? Oh, apologies, there was an interruption. Just in context here, I will focus on 3 areas, who we are, just to give you a brief information on where do we get all this wealth of information from, some key insights that we see in the travel industry as we recover as a travel industry globally, as travel is a very important part of our economy, and some of the great trends that we are seeing in tourism and travel that are helping us to achieve some of the net zero emission that we have mentioned several times here as part of green investments. So a little bit on Euromonitor. We are an independent research expertise, more than 50 years running research across the globe. We have 16 offices globally, but we run research in more than 100 countries. So you see that a lot of the data that we put together here to share with you today comes from that wealth of information that we capture globally. There is something here on the screen. I'm not sure if someone needs. Yeah, someone is writing on the screen. Just a little bit on the categories I mentioned earlier. You will be able to get insights from industries across consumer goods, but I'm highlighting here travel, because travel is a very important one that we will be focusing on here today. So let's look at some of the key insights and drivers that we are seeing as part of the global recovery. We just launched now in August some key insights of our travel research that gives you an idea of what is happening in terms of the recovery of the travel industry during the last couple of years. So travel is continuing to power on. We see international arrivals reaching 95% of the pre-pandemic levels. It's an impressive 1.2 billion trips happening globally, which is about 1.7 trillion US dollars in terms of add-on to our world economy. But there are some challenges, and I think we have heard that from a couple of the speakers today. Before it was COVID, we are out of COVID, but we have some new challenges, like cost of living, inflation, war in the Ukraine, rising prices, supply disruptions, and the most important one that was mentioned several times here, climate change, climate events, and net zero targets. But the great news is that Asia Pacific is leading the way in some of that. Just an interesting data point here in terms of rail. When we are talking about zero emission, rail we see as a strong performer going forward. If we look at our forecast for modes of transport, rail is going to grow about 15% CAGR in the next 5 years, as consumers are trying to adopt a more sustainable transportation option. And that market is going to be worth $300 billion US by 2028. And it's great to talk about rail now, as I'm here in Indonesia, because we know that the high-speed link between Jakarta and Bandung is going to be really launched this week. So we see that governments across APAC are also investing heavily on rail. Another interesting trend that we have captured is that short-term rentals continue to outpace hotels. So we see the likes of Airbnb and short rentals growing very strongly, going to pre-pandemic levels. Hotels are taking a little bit longer, but we will see that pace of growth from short rentals is going to be at a slower pace in the next 5 years. And the whole consolidation that we've seen happening with the large players on the travel industry is starting to ease it. But we see some huge players here in APAC, Trip.com, one of them, Traveloka here in Indonesia. So as I mentioned, just some data points to talk about why travel is not at the same levels as before the pandemic, but is very close. And the reason for that, it was that is low economic recovery globally. But as you can see here, APAC is leading the economic recovery in terms of growth. Cost of living and inflation is still affecting most of the population globally, but again, we don't see such high inflation rates in APAC as we see in other parts of the world. So APAC is going to be leading that recovery. You see that on the curve that it started recovering strongly, but we will see similar numbers to pre-pandemic really coming more towards 2026, 2027. And a lot of that is related to China not opening up as quickly as we expected. And some countries here in APAC and around the world rely heavily on Chinese tourists. Indonesia don't rely so much on Chinese tourists, which might be good for the Indonesian travel industry. But where we see a huge increase in arrivals globally, and that's something that Indonesia can benefit quite a lot, is on Muslim arrivals, Muslim travelers. And you see there, after the pandemic, the huge growth in terms of recovery for Muslims traveling around the world. And when they choose to travel, APAC is their top choice of destination. So let's look a little bit at some of the tourism and global trends that we see happening now and going forward. And some of that will link very much into the sustainable subject that we will be discussing here today. So we see some of those global trends shaping the numbers that we talked about, arrivals, the growth of some specific type of transportation or a specific type of accommodation. So we see a big trend in leisure, and that comes from the mix of business and leisure. People are not traveling so much on business anymore because of the technology that has been developed and all the virtual meetings that we are running. But people are able to work from home or from other locations in the office. So we saw a huge increase in the leisure trend, a mix of leisure and business trips. We are also seeing a very, very, very important increase in experience travel. So people want to be immersed on more experiential type of travel. And I will share some data with you in the next couple of slides. Also, the shift to online is very important. I have also data points to show you that. And then we will finalize the trends by talking a little bit more about sustainability. So as I mentioned, leisure is really something that we are seeing. Digital nomads, a lot of countries trying to attract digital nomads to work from a different location. We see some countries leading the way there. Indonesia sees that heavily in a market like Bali. We are seeing that, so the increasing long-term rentals in Bali is related to that, to the digital nomads and the leisure trend. But an area where we see a huge increase here is experiential travel. So people, when they travel, and you see here from our data, where we see the fastest growth in APAC, that the fastest growth in APAC is coming from wellness travel, theme parks, and shopping. So you see that people are looking into experience. They want to experience when they are traveling. When we look at arrivals in Indonesia and tourists coming to Indonesia, you see that we are not back to the same levels prior to COVID, but we are forecasting that about 157 trillion Indonesian rupees are going to be spent in Indonesia this year, and where we see the hugest contribution in terms of growth within the different areas that people spend in Indonesia. You will see the biggest jump in contribution was in attraction and experience. That's in Indonesia. But we are seeing that trend when we ask consumers. We run research in the countries that I mentioned you, where we run research globally, and we ask consumers about what do they look for when they travel. And when we look at the data from respondents in APAC from last year, you will see that respondents in APAC are looking for safe destinations, from relaxation, for activities where they feel that they are close to that to people and to the culture in that destination. Further to that, 67% of respondents in APAC, they agree that it's important to experience cultures when they are traveling. 76% of them here in APAC, they agree that they value those real world experience. So we will see more of this experiential travel growing in the next 5 years. And some of that you can see here by what is being spent in travel packages in APAC in 2023. A big chunk of that is going to adventure, culture, sun and sea, and wellness. So it shows that it's very much related to what we mentioned in terms of experience. What is another trend that we are seeing globally and that was fueled by the pandemic? The accelerated shift to online. And Indonesia is leading the way and following what we are seeing in a lot of large economies here in APAC. And today, close to 60% of bookings, they happen online here in Indonesia. It's a much higher contribution than prior to the pandemic. The third area that we see, and it's very much linked to the theme that we are discussing today, and it's important for the future development, not only of humanity, but of tourism, is sustainability. So the great news here in terms of sustainability, we run research, as I mentioned earlier, in about 40 different types of categories, consumer categories. And quite often consumers are not willing to pay a premium for a sustainable product. They do think it's important, sustainable products, but they are not willing to pay that plus. Interesting enough, what we have found from our research is that in travel, especially respondents, they are choosing sustainable travel features like nature, culture, ecotourism, adventure. They are willing to pay more for a sustainable offering. So that's really great news for the travel industry. Research does shows that people is one of the few categories, is one of the few industries globally where people are willing to pay a plus if we have that sustainable offering. So that's already a good start in terms of green investment, because it shows that there will be a return on the investment that is being done. I just want to finish here by sharing a little bit what some of travel foundations are seeing as something that might be happening in the world from now to 2030. When we build our data, we look at past, we look at current state of the industry, but we also do the forecast for the next 5 years. And one of our partners, Travel Foundation, has launched a report where they show how the world is going to look like from now to 2030, how the travel industry is going to look like if we want to achieve the net zero emission targets that we have. So we will see in the airline industry that there will be a shift for sustainable fuel. That's going to be happening very quickly. More taxes to help to reduce and to accelerate that transition. Limited airport capacity. We are seeing already fewer flights for short distance, and a huge investment in rail, as I mentioned earlier. And even in rail, we are going to see more of a development going to electric rail, so that it's faster and it also pollutes less. Increased electrification of cars. It's a big part of travel in transportation. And in lodging, we are going to see a shift to renewable energy efficient, longer stays, which will also help to reduce emissions. So it's somewhat we are seeing globally. And all of that, it doesn't come only from travel. As I mentioned earlier, it comes from a lot of other socioeconomic factors and some of the trends that we are seeing globally with our consumers. And I just want to end by sharing some of the key trends that we see affecting and resonating with the Asia Pacific region. Budgeters, we are seeing people that they are really looking at the cost of living and what are the options in such, a high inflation market. We see a big array of new offerings for women, as we see the She Rises trend of empowered female and equality. The economy, about sustainable offerings and people. Growth opportunities on value-based tourism, taking that sustainability element will be very important. And it's essential that we embrace, the latest consumer trends. So we have the right marketing offering when we are trying to attract tourists. I thank you very much for the opportunity today. And if there is time and you would like to open the floor for questions, please let me know.
Thank you so much, Mr. Eggleston. I do understand that all of the participants cannot wait for the end of the sessions for the question and answers. But unfortunately, due to the time limit that we are having, the question and answer we are going to have by the end of the first session.
Thank you.
Sure, Mr. Braja, you can ask. We will open the question and ask sessions right after all the 6 speakers. Thank you so much, Mr. Eggleston, for pointing out. After your session, I think that we need to put on ease for this World Tourism Day, as we are only 100 trillions away. It's very easy for me to say it's only 100 trillions. If you remember the downfall that we are having, that actually our tourism back to the condition of where we were in 1990. Yeah. So we cannot wait to hear more from you, but this is a very good start, since Mr. Eggleston also mentioned that this is good that people are willing to pay more if they know that their products that they are buying for the tourism packages will be sustainable. Therefore, for the second sessions, we are going to hear about the sustainable tourism developments from all the stakeholders. Really looking forward to welcome Professor Syed Mustafa Sulimanes as the professors at the Schools of Hospitality, Tourism and Event Directors, as well as the Director of Sustainable Tourism Lab for Research and Innovation in Tourism, PREAT. Professor Mustafa has published more than 150 articles in prestigious tourism and hospitality journals. Before we start Professor Mustafa's session, on behalf of the committee, we are very sorry for the technical glitches that we are having, but we do really hope that these won't put our motivation to improve for a better tourism in the future, as we really understand all the 6 speakers are going to improve our role as the tourism stakeholders. Without any further ado, Professor Mustafa, the platform is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Hope you can see my screen and also my voice is clear. Please let me know if you cannot hear me or you cannot see my screen. Thank you very much for inviting me for World Tourism Day in Indonesia, organized by, I learned that it's organized by many universities, a collaboration between many universities in Indonesia, Ministry of Tourism, HATA, and other organizations. So this is a pleasure to be here and talk about the theme of this year, tourism and green investment. So the first speaker Actually, it's very good the flow. I'm not sure about other speakers, but the first speaker started with the consumer perspective and what's happening, especially after COVID in consumer side. And they are interested to more and willing to pay more for sustainable activities and sustainable tourism. And their behavior will be hopefully more sustainable and responsible. So I will go through other perspective and will explain a bit different from my perspective. Today theme, actually this year theme for World Tourism Day is tourism and green investment. And UNWTO highlights that we need to actually target a better investment for people, planet, and prosperity. And this is the reason that this year actually called for this theme, green investment, but investment on three main pillars: people, planet, and prosperity. So now it's time, based on UNWTO, now it's time to have a new and innovative solution and the move from traditional investment that only focus on the economic growth and productivity, move to more sustainable and green investment. And actually it's a call for action for international community, government, financial institution, development partner, and private sector to come together and strategize new investment for more sustainable future in tourism. So this year actually theme has been highlighted and categorized in three main categories: investing in people, planet, and prosperity. But investing in people can be considered different aspects, like investing in tourism education and how we can empower young people. Or if we look at people from other perspective, investing in people also can be considered well-being and quality of life of people. You know, one of the main stakeholder of tourism that most of time we miss these stakeholder is a resident and people in destination. And so it's the time, good time, that if we go for more green and sustainable future, we consider this main stakeholder and key stakeholder as the owner of destination. Investing in planet, so shifting from traditional investment to non-traditional and innovative investment related to tourism context, to have more sustainable and green infrastructure for tourism and hospitality. And also investing in prosperity, fostering entrepreneurship and innovation, and increased competitiveness for destination. But considering other two pillars, considering people and considering planet and environmental protection. So the main question is, what solution and policy can be implemented by government and different stakeholders to ensure sustainable tourism future for both competitive and competitive destination and competitive tourism, and also good for people and planet? How we can strategize for this type of investment that consider all these pillars. So when we look at this tree, we again we again came back. Can you hear me? Okay. Yes. We again come back to this main figure of sustainability: people, planet, and prosperity and profit. So investment in people, investment in planet, and also in prosperity and economic growth. And again, come back to Sustainable Development Goals, and all these actually teams from 2015 actually make around these 17 goals and see how tourism can contribute to these different goals. And three main pillars: environment, society, and people, and also economic growth, how we can make balance between these three main pillars. So this is one of the main questions that we can raise around sustainability concept. And you know, sustainability concept started about 50 years ago and 5 decades. And still we talk about sustainability and how we can implement sustainability. And this year, we need to discuss about some direction about investment in people, planet, and prosperity, and make a balance between these three areas. And based on this, we can move to sustainable future for tourism. But how this balance can happen? Here, just want to look at this issue. If we want to make balance between these three areas, planet, people, and prosperity, and see how this can happen. So this is a missing part that we have in tourism and travel industry, that I believe one of the reasons that after 5 decades, still we consider ourselves in early stage of contribution of tourism to sustainable development because of this missing part. So if we look at the literature and the practices in industry, we can clearly see the missing of fourth pillar and the missing of governance ecosystem to make balance for these three pillars. So if we want to invest in people, planet, and prosperity, which one comes first? How we can make balance between investment in these three areas? How we can strategize that don't sacrifice, for example, planet for prosperity. We don't sacrifice people for prosperity. So how we can make this balance, right? So if we look at practices in tourism industry and the literature, we can see this missing link, and this missing link is governance. So governance is the very critical, is that the very important pillar that should be added to this tree to be able, so we will be able to make balance between these three main pillars. And governance actually is simply is the process of decision making, and how and what should be implemented and what should not be implemented. So when we want to decide about investment in people, investment in planet and prosperity, based on a governance ecosystem, we can identify, okay, what area we need to focus more and what area need more attention if we want to achieve sustainable future. And for governance, actually, we need to know who is involved in the process and what's the governance activities and the feature of governance, and actually what's the purpose of governance. I'm not going through this governance ecosystem, so it needs a long discussion, but just in this ecosystem, one of the important things that we need, even if we go back to investment, is monitoring, assessment and monitoring tool. So we need to have a tool to measure level of sustainability of destination, and then based on these identify which area we need to focus more for investment. And if we pay attention more on this area, so we can ensure that future for tourism, for destination will be more sustainable. So this is the reason that from 2019, the group of researchers here in Taylor's University and the Center for Research and Innovation in Tourism and Sustainable Tourism Impact Lab focus on developing an index for measuring and monitoring sustainability for destination. This is one of the papers that at the beginning we review different existing platform for measuring and monitoring sustainability. And these are three main platforms that at the moment are using by European Commission, by UNWTO in 2004, European Commission in 2016, and GSTC in 2019. When we review all these indicators and also literature on this area, we decided to develop this index based on four main pillars. The relevance of the Sustainable Tourism Index to SDG, and the four pillars of sustainability: economic growth, social inclusion, environmental protection, and governance, or in other words, prosperity, people, planet, and different stakeholders that involve in this process, and the distinction between subjective and objective indicators. So based on these four main criteria, we develop index through a very robust process combining qualitative and quantitative approaches and data collection. And then finally, we develop this index for Malaysian destination. And actually, this is the book and guideline that we will publish soon. So in this book, based on the result of that project, that project was a grant from Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia, fundamental research grant. And based on that, we developed this index. So this book will be published based on the result of that research, and we will present actually this index, including indicators for different dimension and under objective and subjective indicators. This index includes two main categories. One is subjective, objective indicator for 5-dimension: economic, social, cultural, environmental, political, and technology. And based on this, we measure sustainability of destination based on these 5-dimension and the indicator under each dimension objectively, means based on secondary data that are available in destination. And also we have another category, subjective indicator for resident, tourist, businesses, and government, that we will measure sustainability from the perception and perspective of this four group of stakeholder, again under 5 dimension. So this index actually we believe is a very comprehensive index that can measure sustainability of destination from different perspectives, objectively and subjectively. And the result of this can be in the way, here I put some example of indicator that we have for different group of stakeholder, but I'm not going through this. And the result of this index can create score for different destination. And this score can be used to plan and to actually strategize what we need to do for destination, which area we need to invest. We need to invest on people, we need to invest on infrastructure and planet. So what's the missing part in sustainability of destination, and what we need to focus more on future development of destination. So based on this, we believe destination can measure level of sustainability, and this can be a good benchmark for investment in destination. And also the trend and the progress of sustainability can be measure and monitor. So I'm open, again, thanks for this opportunity. I'm open for Q&A, but I won't be able to stay until end because I have another event. So if Q&A time is still I'm here, so I'm happy to answer question. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Mustafa. I think that the participants for this today's international seminar and youth forum are very lucky since we already have the how to call it, since we have the teasers of Professor Said's upcoming publications. So Prof. Mustafa already mentioned to us that even when the tourists are willing to those. I think I have, I'm very sorry. I think we still having some technical problems. So Mr. Eggleston already mentions that the tourists are willing to pay more. And that is why Prof. Mustafa mentioned that we are the tourism management. We cannot sacrifice each other, that we need to invest for all these people, planet, and the prosperity to make this all sustainable together. We do understand from Mustafa, we do understand your time, and we do understand that we already received lots of questions in the chat box, but we are very sorry that we need to continue to the next presenter first, and then we will get back to you. Then thank you so much once again, Prof. Mustafa. For this third topic, we are very happy and we would like to welcome Ms. Celine Wickenhoff as the Regional Editor of Business Development APAC at Expedia Group Media Solutions Singapore. She graduated from Belgium École Hôtelière de la Leçon in Switzerland. Ms. Celine, hello, good morning.
Hi, good morning. Hi, everyone. Happy World Tourism Day. How special to be talking to you on this exact day. We get to celebrate this special day together. We get to spread awareness about the importance of tourism and the impact on our society. And I thank President University as well as the other universities, wonderful Indonesia, and also PATA Indonesia for the opportunity to join this seminar.
Okay, Ms. Celine, for your slides, do you want us to share for you, please?
That would be great, yes, please.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Celine, the platform is yours.
Thanks. We wait for the slides to come up then.
Ms. Celine, we are again really sorry
to do the technical. Please wait for us for a moment. Thank you.
Okay.
No problem at all.
And somebody, I can start my video because this host has stopped my video.
Yes, we are trying to make you as a host, so please wait for us for a moment.
Thank you.
We would like to say it's a very honor of us to have all the speakers and especially you into our panel discussion today. It's such a great honor. Thank you so much for your presence today. Okay, can you try? The technical is already ready. Thank you, ma'am.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. We can probably move to the next slide if that's okay with everyone. Is it okay to move to the next slide? All right, good. Well, thank you so much again. I'll briefly introduce myself again. So my name is Celine Wickerhoff. I'm originally from Belgium, but I currently live in Singapore with my family. I've been with Expedia Group for over 12 years, of which 8 years with Expedia Group Media Solutions. So together with my team, who are based across Asia Pacific, we work with partners who are looking to connect their brand to our audience of global travelers. And we do that through strategic advertising campaigns and partnerships. And these partners can be DMOs, right? Destination management organizations like MOT. It could also be hotels, hotel chains, airlines, airports, finance providers, and really any type of brand who are looking to put themselves in front or connect with travelers worldwide. Next slide. All of you here listening in, you know how fragmented the travel industry is. And with more and more options on the horizon every day, this simple act of travel is becoming increasingly complex. Can we move to the next slide, please? Now, while it's getting more complex, at the same time, the traveler expectations for superior experiences continues to rise. So we really want every phase from the traveler's journey, which begins at the imagination of the trip, the planning of the trip, then the booking of the trip, to staying and beyond. It must be simple, it must be frictionless, and it must be easy. This is now the table stakes. So it's up to us as an industry to relentlessly focus on the traveler and to innovate to deliver these value-added experiences to exceed the traveler's expectations. Now, that's also why the traveler experience is really at the core of everything we do at Expedia Group, including how we connect marketeers to our travelers. Now, it really takes to understand the traveler, their behavior, their motivation, their influences. And we will be looking at data to understand these trends and behaviors, and that's really crucial. Now, if you're not familiar with Expedia Group, allow me to share just a very brief intro. So Expedia Group is a technology company focused on the traveler. And today, 25 years later, 1 billion trips booked later, as the world's leading traveler technology platform, Expedia Group is really laser focused on continuing to drive innovation, and for that innovation to result in better end-to-end experiences for the traveler. So we're here then to empower our partners to succeed in the evolving universe of travel. Now, an example of that innovation on the next slide, we have a tool called Smart Shopping, and it uses machine learning recommendations to help travelers make better choices. And we've seen that that increases the number of hotel room upgrades. Next to it, we've also launched a collaborative trip planning tool. So you can not only plan the trip by yourself, but include your friends or your family to do so. It's called Trip Boards. And we see with that tool, travelers are 2 times more likely to book multiple trip elements, right? A hotel and a flight, or a hotel and an activity. We also have a price tracking and predictions tool. And we can see that because of this, people are now able to book longer in advance, which means that we can then upsell more hotel stays to standalone flight bookers. We've also had a partnership and an integration with ChatGPT, which utilizes the power of AI to help make that travel planning and that booking journey even easier for all travel shoppers. Now, for anyone who is interested, we keep these product rollouts on a regular basis. And if you want to check them out, if you want to give feedback on those, you can do so on innovation.expediagroup.com/labs. Now, looking at the next slide, from all of the actions and the interactions that we observe from customers, it really allows us to gather a lot of data. Actually, 70 petabytes of data. Now, 70 petabytes of data, what does that mean? It's about enough data to take 2,000 photos, 2,000 selfies on a daily basis for the rest of your life. So that's a lot of storage, a lot of data you need for that. But data without analysis isn't very helpful. So we are really helping to translate this data into actionable insights so that our partners and everyone in the industry can make informed decisions with clarity and confidence. Now, if we can go to the next slide, please. So we, on one side, use our first-party data to understand the traveler's intent, the demand, where, when, and how travelers are looking, how they are booking. But we also conduct third-party research to then more broadly understand the sentiment of the traveler, their preference, the motivation, and really understand the why behind their travel decisions. So today I'm going to be sharing you a few taste bites of 3 of our recent research and published reports. 1 will be our sustainable travel report, 2 will be our quarterly travel trend report, and 3 will be our path to purchase report. Now, all of these reports can be downloaded for free on our Media Solutions website. I'll share with you at the end the QR code, so don't worry about taking notes or screenshots. You'll have everything later on. So if we can move to the next slide, let's start with what I found were the biggest highlights from our sustainable travel report. Next slide. Firstly, what do travelers even understand as sustainable travel? We all know what it means, but what does it mean to a traveler? Most of them say they consider sustainable travel as is about lessening environmental impacts. But they also think it's about supporting local economies, local cultures, local communities. And it's also about visiting lesser known destinations. And next slide. I'll jump right in with the very good news, right? And Agilson from Euromonitor already touched on it before as well. A lot of the consumers are looking for sustainable options. In fact, 9 out of 10, according to our survey. That's an overwhelming majority. And on the next slide, you'll see, if you were wondering if these travelers would be willing to pay more for this sustainable travel, they do. In fact, based on the survey, on average, consumers say that they would be willing to pay 38% more on the next slide, previous one, to make their travels more sustainable. Now, there is another side to the coin, and it shows that 7 out of 10 consumers have avoided a destination or a transport option out of skepticism that the travel provider was not genuine with their sustainability practices. So it's important, very important, to communicate with travelers about genuine practices that travel providers and destinations have. Another part of this research around sustainable travel also showed that travelers feel overwhelmed when they're starting the process of being a more sustainable traveler. And they're really looking to travel providers to provide more clear information. Now let's look at a second type of report that I mentioned before. And we're going to look at a few highlights from our Global Traveler Insights reports, which we publish on a quarterly basis. Next slide, please. And one more. Thank you. So globally, we've seen that seasonality trends have returned. And actually Q2, similar to Q2 last year, was actually quite steady in comparison to the first quarter of the year in terms of demand. On the next slide. What we did notice was there was a nice increase in demand from long haul trips, such as from the US to Europe, from the US to Asia, including to China. And we also saw that there was an increase in demand for routes, so air routes, where capacity and more seats were becoming available, like the route from Hong Kong to Japan. On the next slide, then, if we are looking at specifically the Asia-Pacific region, one previous slide, we see which countries are mostly searching to travel to APAC. Which countries are driving that demand for the Asia-Pacific region? So we see that the overall feeder countries are quite in line with what it was in 2022, right? And then comparing to the first half of 2023, US, Australia, Japan, South Korea, and Canada, they make up the top 5. And not surprisingly, we've seen some increased demand from Hong Kong, but also from Singapore. And if we go to the next slide, we see when looking how far in advance are people really searching before they travel to APAC. We still see that the majority portion of the people are searching quite a last minute trip. You can see that purple bar is quite large. That's for travel within 21 days, so within 3 weeks before their trip. Now, at the same time, a very positive trend is that every quarter, the long search window is increasing, right? So if you look at that orange, that yellow, that green bar, those portions are getting bigger. So people are also booking further in advance, which is a great sign of consumer confidence. Now we've covered some of the global trends. So let's now take a deep dive into some specific trends for Indonesia. We can move ahead 2 slides. Thank you. So when we're looking at our data and insights specific for Indonesia, and this is based on first-party data for the first half of this year, one, we see a strong momentum of searches and demand for the country, 44% higher than the same period last year. Now, we still haven't recovered, or Indonesia hasn't recovered its demand versus pre-pandemic in 2019, but it's well on its way. The highest demand is coming from the US and Australia. Pre-pandemic, Australia was actually the biggest source market, but now we see great growth coming from Canada, also South Korea and Japan. Bali remains the most popular destination, not surprisingly, but that means that there's a lot of opportunity to promote other destinations in the beautiful country and the wonderful Indonesia, such as Toba Lake, Borobudur, Mandalika, Labuan Bajo. All of these destinations, we should promote them in order to bring more travelers aware and to these destinations. And what I can share with you as well is that the average trip duration is around 8.1 days. Now that's an increase from 6.8 days in 2019, but a little bit of a decrease versus last year, where the average trip duration was 9.2 days. So if we look on the next slide, if we compare the top 5 feeder markets pre-pandemic, so the first half of 2019 to the first half of 2023, we see about the same countries are searching for Indonesia as a destination, but in different order. And we see South Korea are now taking a more prominent space instead of Japan. Now on the next slide, I'm going to be showing you people who are searching for Indonesia as a destination. What are other destinations are they comparing Indonesia to? While they're doing their trip research, while they're planning, what destinations are being searched at the same time? And you can see here that travelers who are searching for Indonesia are also searching for Thailand, for Australia, for Mexico, and for Singapore. So we can almost consider these destinations as competitor destinations to Indonesia. Now, on the last few slides, I'm just going to quickly wrap up with 3 fun facts from our fresh off the press Traveler Path to Purchase study. So the first fun fact is that travelers spend on average 71 days between thinking about the trip and booking the trip. Now, these 71 days are split in 2 portions, 33 days about inspiration, and then 38 days about research and planning. And the average time between booking and then taking the trip is on average 73 days. Now, second fun fact is that with so many outside influences about where to go and all of these really great content that exists, when a traveler is researching about their trip, most of the time, their trip destination is still undecided during the inspiration stage. So nearly 3 in 5 travelers, so almost 60%, as you can see, do not have a specific destination in mind or are considering multiple destinations when they are deciding to take a trip. So that really provides for an opportunity for destinations as well as for travel brands to truly inspire and influence those travelers really early on in the booking path, especially considering that the booking path to purchase is more than 2 months long. And then lastly, my third fun fact is that globally, travelers are really spending a large amount of time consuming travel content. On average, in the 45 days leading up to the booking, they spend about 303 minutes on average, which is just over 5 hours. So that's a lot. On the next slide, actually. And US travelers specifically, they spend a lot more time consuming travel content, 525 minutes versus the global average of 303. So that wraps it up for me. Thank you so much for your time. It was an honor to be here. This slide, you can, if you want, find all of our research. Again, you can download it for free. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to take them later during the Q&A. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Celine. That's quite reassuring things for us, because within the 30 days of the tourists, they are still finding inspiration on where they want to go. Even though we understand that we need a very specific team force to make sure that those who are searching for Indonesia are not choosing for those like Thailand, Europe, and all. But I think this is also good news, because we also can open up the opportunities on those who are searching for other destinations. They might come to Indonesia. Thank you so much for a very warm welcome and spirit for the greater start after the pandemic for Indonesia tourism development. Yes, we are looking forward for the Q&A session from your side, but that will be at the end of the session. Thank you so much, Ms. Celine, for this time being. So for all the participants, I would like to kindly remind you that do not forget to have your presence list on the chat box. The link has been shared in the chat box. And for all the best questions, you will get a very amazing prize from our university partners. Looking forward to the next sessions, we are going to have Dr. Jen Francois as the founder of the team of Indonesian Navy Museum, Gorawira, as well as the founder of Defense Heritage Society, and now working as the lecturer of international relations in President University. Good morning, Dr. Jane.
Hello, Ibu Supina, how are you?
Yes, I'm great. Dr. Jane, how are you?
Can you see me, Ibu?
Dr. Jane, can you hear me clearly?
Okay, perhaps here we are in Jababeka Golf, Ibu. Perhaps several technical problem, but we are going to solve it, Ibu.
Yes, sure. Just tell me when you are ready. So in the meantime, you probably can share us how is the situation over there right now.
Okay. Okay, Ibu. Thank you so much. So yeah, okay. Can you see me, Ibu?
Yes, perfectly. You are so pretty.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, salam sejahtera untuk kita semuanya. Good, still morning ya, still morning. And dear fellow lecturers, here in Jababeka Golf, we have Ibu Yunita, one of speakers in first panelist, and also we have students from agribusiness, yeah, batch 2023, yeah, new students, yeah, okay. And also business administration, I think, yeah, several committee here from business administration, President University. My name is Jen Francois, you can call me Madam Jen, yeah, I am lecturer of international relations, President University. Brief introduction about me, I have Bachelor of Humanities, French Studies from University of Indonesia, Master of Defense, Peace and Conflict Resolution from Indonesia Defense University. I have education in Polish and European history from University Adamickiewicz in Poznan, in Poland. Poznan is about 3 hours from Berlin. And I come back to Indonesia to continue Doctor of Defense from the same university, the Indonesia Defense University. And my dissertation or doctoral research is about defense research. That I want to discuss about this today, and I will connect this idea with tourism. Okay, so thank you so much for the PATA, PATA Association, and also all the 20, if I'm not mistaken, 20 institutions, including my home base university, Presiden University, to give me opportunity to share about this idea. Next slide. Okay, so see, you can call me Madam Lin, Next slide. Okay, first of all, I want to say happy World Tourism Day, and I would like to thank our leaders in Presiden University who always support this idea of defense heritage. So in Presiden University, it's the first university in Indonesia who has the course of defense heritage, and also not just the course, but also we have field trip including in that course. We have also internship, so students, if you are interested to develop the tourism, like Ministry of Tourism said, about how to develop tourism, how to connect this tourism idea with the metaverse era, so you can also part of this deal. Next. Okay, so this is a field trip defense heritage course to Jogja in February 2023. This year we are going to 3 locations, and that's why I would like to ask, what is defense heritage? What is the difference defense heritage with cultural heritage? Okay, next. Next slide. Okay, so this is in organization, Defense Heritage Society already have a memorandum of understanding with Presiden University. So students welcome to be one of the internship staff in this organization. Basically, we need like content creator to develop not just the concept or the boring ideas about the heritage, but you can like create videos or sometimes reel in also in TikTok to promote this kind of concept. Next. Okay, so I start with the question, what is the defense heritage and the difference with the cultural heritage? This is based on a very fundamental also the question about nation building. So there is French philosopher named is Ernest Renan. He said, "Qu'est-ce que c'est une raison d'être une nation?" So what is the meaning becoming a nation? Because we are not a country, we are not like country by God or the country given by other country, but we are a nation and then becoming country. In the modern concept, we call this kind of question is like nation building, nation building concept, or in Indonesian konsep negara bangsa. Next. So here in the concept, remember being a nation and being a country. This is a process, and each country has their own process. For Indonesia, we have more than 437 years to be a country, to be independent. Because why? Because we have the kind of struggling, and of course we defend our nationalism. We have patriotism values, and also how do we know that we are like a struggling country, and we always defend our nationalism and also becoming independent country. That's why here the concept of defense heritage, because we can see the object of defense heritage around us. For example, here in Cikarang, in Bekasi, we can see several monuments or museum or perhaps objects that they have historical narrative about a nation struggling against colonialism. So we don't just see the object, but the story behind the object. Okay, so today I would like to say about this concept, what is the big difference with cultural heritage? Because in cultural heritage, we just say, for example, Borobudur. Okay, everybody can say, okay, Borobudur is part of the World UNESCO Heritage, and also the same, the definition of Borobudur. Perhaps you can also see the history of Borobudur. What is the connection with the history of Jogja, for example, or cities around. But here in defense for heritage, it really have the values of nationalism of each country, So defense heritage object for a country is not the same, with the other country. For example, perhaps your student, you are coming from Surabaya. Is there any student from Surabaya? Ada dari Surabaya? Okay, Yogyakarta, or for example, Manado, Okay, Papua. So where do you come from? Where do you come from? Bandung. Okay, in Bandung, do you know that you have object of defense heritage? You know? Yeah, because in Bandung people they also defend nationalism, and there is some process of becoming Indonesia in Bandung. If you remember peristiwa Bandung Lautan Api, so this is one of the example Bandung part of this nation journey from a nation becoming a country. So I think it's not just in Bandung, but 34 provinces in Indonesia, they have their object of defense heritage, and this is our duty, like Mr. Sandiaga Uno said, to develop tourism, based on our values, based on uniqueness, of becoming a country. So we have several methods to develop this idea. Okay, next. Yeah, so here a little bit academic, the ontological background of this defense heritage. Why this is important? Because like I already said, around 2010, the concept of like military heritage, war heritage already developed, But there is some slight difference. How about the perspective from the countries being, let's say, colonized, or being defense? So here, some scholars they say, okay, we need a new concept that's really connect with the idea of being colonized, and we can develop this kind of history. So we cannot change the history, of course, but we can change our perspective about the history. That's why not just cultural, but also a defense heritage. Okay, next, because I only have 5 minutes. Next. Okay, so here the position, as you can see, because I am coming from the humanities and defense studies, So here, where is the position of this kind of defense? So defense is not just about the military, Once I say about defense heritage, it's not just about the military history, but also including all the people of Indonesia. They have their struggling history against colonialism, like in Bandung. For example, my father from Minahasa, they have, and I have also research with rector of Presiden University, with Ibu Filda and alumni of Presiden University. We went to Surabaya and Madura to really see, okay, we are really a struggling country. Our independence is not given, but we are trying to get this kind of independence. Next. Okay, I think 3 minutes more, next. So this is the position of defense heritage, It's the same with the cultural heritage and with other fields of the research, defense, culture, politics, and other science. Next. Okay, next slide, Okay, next slide after this. Okay, so the definition of Indonesia defense heritage in my dissertation, my doctoral research, I'm happy to share about this definition. Perhaps in the world, we have only Australia defense heritage definition, made by Australia government, and they have Australia defense toolkit. But in Indonesia, with my doctoral research, I try to define what is Indonesia defense heritage. So here, the historical object, historical buildings, cultural heritage, memorial monuments, cultural area sites, all places of religious worship, and all places that show the historical narrative of nation struggle against colonialism, achieve independence, and defend independence. So here, I think many objects around us that can share about this kind of values. So I hope our tourism is not just about cultural heritage, remember, but Indonesia have defense heritage, so we try to develop this idea to be a tourism destination. Thank you so much. I can share this idea, and I hope, especially students, I try to connect this defense heritage to Kampus Merdeka, so all students in Indonesia can join, but until now, still, exclusively for Presiden University students, you can join internship in Defense Heritage Society or research about defense heritage. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jane. Actually, not only you enlighten all the 400 participants, but you also give inspiration for us as the tourism scholars and tourism educators that this tourism as heritage defense tourism, we can really have a look on it. I do understand that Dr. Jenny is the best expertise in Indonesia for this heritage tourism. Dr. Jenny, you can still hear me clearly, right? Okay, so to all participants, please do not forget to click on the presence link for these 4 sessions. Without any further ado, we would like to go on to the 5th session for today. I hope that all of us, we are still energized, as this day is supposed to be the happiest day for us as the tourism stakeholders. For these speakers, we are going to have Dr. Insinyur Yunita Ismail, MSc, as the head of Center for Environmental, Disaster Resilience, Sustainability, Coordinator Climate Initiative, and Head of Training and Education Division of Indonesia Expert Network for Climate Change and Forestry. Good morning, Dr. Yunita.
Good morning. Nice to meet you, Sutina.
Yes, it is a very great honor for us. So, Dr. Yunita, you can start your session now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I think this is still morning, right? Good morning, all. And then good for me because I joined this session in offline. This means I can meet my students here. And actually, we just move our class, right? Actually, we have class today. But nice that you meet you here because we will discuss about other things, yeah? Not just talk about the economic survival, right? About our subject, but we will discuss about the tourism. That's very nice topic, don't you? Because we will learn something and then we can jalan-jalan, right? Okay, thank you. And then I want to say hello to all participants online. Here we have very nice place in here. We can see a pool, we can see a garden. You know, that's very nice. You can join offline with me now. In this occasion, I want to, maybe I need to introduce myself. Actually, I am from Environmental Engineering Study Programs, President University. But unfortunately, one of my recent topic is about sustainable tourism. And then some research that I already done that talk about sustainable tourism itself. Here I want to share one of it. Yeah, and then maybe I can show that's my slide. You can see it, okay? Hopefully for the online participant, you can see my slide. You can see I share with you 2 pictures in there. I think this is my picture. I mean that I take my this picture by myself. I can tell you where is it. Okay, next slide, please. Okay. I want to start about the sustainable tourism. I put in the definition from WTO. This is tourism that takes full account of its current and future economic, social, and environmental impact, addressing the needs of visitors, the industry, the environments, and the host communities. I think this is very in line with the sustainable development, which is when we talk about the sustainable, we need to discuss about at least 3 pillars that we call it triple bottom line. Maybe, yeah, some participants here still know about it. Or Professor Syed as a second speaker that's already said about that too, I think. And then we need to implement it in our sustainable tourism. Sorry, next slide, please. In terms of implementing the sustainable tourism itself, I just choose from the criteria from the GSTC, Global Sustainable Tourism Council. They already produced several criteria to know about the sustainable in tourism. But here I just choose the destination one because they have other for the tourism industry, the tourism communities. They have the criteria for each too. Okay, can you
Next, the second speaker, Professor Sayed, if I didn't mistaken, that said we need to make a balance. I do agree about that because everything that we do for our environments, we need to consider at least that three pillars and then implement it in balance. We cannot just take it one of its more dominant compared with others, but we need to implement these three pillars at the same time. You can see that the structure of the criteria from the GSG Global Tourism Council, they consist of several sections, but actually, sorry, I can open mine. Actually, all criteria that talk about social, economic, and tourism itself. I'm interested to discuss about the criteria because, as we know, in Indonesia, many villages that's convert to the tourism village. That's very good one, I think. But again, we need to see the possibility of it because, yeah, again, we really know that our village is mostly based on agriculture. That's a very challenge, but that's nice. We need to make the society realize their income, not just from the agriculture, but they can get other income, which is from tourism. Good for me because here it's agribusiness students that join in here. I think that you are the future generation that can make agriculture become tourism too. Yeah, that's many challenges that we can do in there. In terms of criteria, we need to consider about the social, economic, and environment at least. And then for the social, this is a very so many challenges that we can do in there because we do understand about the Indonesian society, and then we need to adopt it. We need to using it as a strength, yeah, not as weaknesses of our society. Because we do understand in terms of agriculture, our farmer have how to say that very tight linkage, yeah, between them and their land. Based on that, we can improve, yeah, their ability in making the source of their income not just from agriculture, but can get from the tourism too. That's very nice. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, I think that's before it. This is the last slide. Back again. The slide before it. Oh, you don't have it? Oh, okay. Actually, I have. I want to share my research in Sawarna Beach, Banten. This is a Banten province. This is a very nice beach, and then they have many type of beach, and that's not good because they slip my slide. But you can see in this slide, yeah, I put it in several picture in there. Actually, that's a picture that I take from Sawarna Beach, yeah, in Banten province. The type of beach in there that's very nice, and I do my research. I just collect the environmental measurement in there, and I collect water in some spot and checking it in my lab. I mean, a resident university lab, and then I measure about the society. I mean, we need to know how they are interested in tourism, but unfortunately, I find that some of them that's not really realized that they have very, very good view, yeah, and then they not really think that this is something that can give them an income. That's thing. But I think this is a very nice if we start to how to say develop this kind of destination to become sustainable destination, tourism destination, because in terms of nature, they have very nice one. We just need to improve the society. We need just to improve how to maintain it, And of course, we need to organize, we need to manage the destination nicely and sustainable one. And we can get, or we can make this tourism destination become sustainable tourism. And other challenge, like I said to you, some village in Indonesia that goes to tourism village. Yeah, that's another challenge for all of us, especially students. Yeah, because can see it. This is the opportunity to improve, to create, to build the other tourism sustainable tourism destination. Lastly, I want to say that sustainable tourism needs to implement an existing tourist destination and a new tourism destination. We not just implement the sustainable tourism in a new tourism destination, but we can change the existing destination tourism become a sustainable destination tourism. I think that's all. That the last slide that can show my contact. Sorry, can you proceed until the next slide, the last slide, please? Okay, that's my contact, and then that's my number. Maybe we have the further discussion about this. That's very welcome for me. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Dr. Yunita, for a more embracing materials about how important sustainability is. So we have two speakers right over here who really stress the importance of managing a sustainable tourism destinations. With the theme of World Tourism Day 2023 as tourism and green investments, we are honored to have the video of Dr. Billy Mambrasar, ST, BSc, MBA, MSc, EDM, as the special staff to the President of Republic Indonesia and Indonesian SDGs ambassadors. But before we see the videos of Dr. Candidate Billy, I would like to remind to all participants, please do not forget to click on the presence link to make sure that you will receive the certificate. After the video, we are going to open up the Q&A sessions. So to all participants, you can start writing the question in the chat box. So let's see the videos of Dr. Billy.
Saya banggakan yang sering ketemu saya adalah Mas Billy Mambrasar. Nah, dia adalah staf khusus saya.
Thank you so much, Dr. Candida Billy. We are really hoping that we might have another session within the shortest time period. So to all participants, we are finishing to the end of the sessions of all the speakers. So if you still have questions to ask, you can write down on the chat box. Clarissa, yeah, thank you so much. Ladies, that's fine. So to all participants, if you still have questions, please write on the chat box, because I already saw that Mr. Egilson and Professor Mustafa already replied to some of the questions, and we already received some questions. So the first one, we go to Mr. Egilson. We have questions from the students on site. Mr. Egilson, are you still with us now?
Yes, I'm here with you.
Thank you so much. The question is, you mentioned that we need to experience the culture, then it can boost the travel packages. What do you think the best applications of these in Indonesian tourism?
That's a very good question. And I think we had one question on the chat related to that. I think experience expands a lot of different types of activities, but Indonesia is a very diverse, rich country with different types of geography and culture, and people want to experience culture. They want to experience food. They want to experience rural location. And there was a very interesting question about rural locations. We have seen an increase in people, especially for domestic travel, people that they tend, instead of going abroad, visiting locations in their own country. We are seeing that a lot in China, and they go to rural locations. And rural locations, it is nothing else than experience. It's experiencing the way people live in rural areas. It's experiencing their culture, their food. But as I mentioned to one of the participants who asked that question, there has to be a lot of coordination from governments to work with the local community, so that there is the right infrastructure, the right training, and also the right volume of visitors that some of those destinations can take. Otherwise, it starts becoming over tourism, and it loses the whole purpose of experiencing a community and helping that community. So I think we have seen examples of that in different locations, and actually we are seeing even more. I think probably some of you have heard there are some news of destinations in Europe that are starting to charge fees for people to enter some areas to avoid and to restrict over tourism. I'm frozen.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Ag. The number of destinations in Indonesia keep increasing yearly, and also have the competitions to the best. As well,
Okay, for the next question, we have for masih ada rest area dulu ya. Kan pas begitu sampai sana kau bisa langsung kerja gitu. For the next questions, we have to Professor Mustafa. From Mustafa, are you still with us now?
Hello? Okay, so we go on to Miss Celine.
I'm here.
Yeah, thank you so much. Miss Celine, as the business development of APAC at Expedia Group, you already highlight that it's also important for us to inspire them during their inspirational thinking. What do you think about us right now at our current moment? Of course, we are talking about we would like to improve in the future, but what do you think about us at this current time?
So I can give you my subjective opinion on that. Indonesia is beautiful, stunning country. And I think everyone has mentioned that it has, it's super diverse. It has a lot to offer, very different type of travel that is possible, right? From cities to beaches to local desa wisata. You can really immerse yourself completely in Indonesia. But for people who live within Asia, they know Indonesia quite well, right? Yet they are still choosing other destinations over Indonesia at the moment. What we see for long haul destinations is that they are not as familiar with any destinations that are not highly promoted, right? I think most of them are familiar with Bali, but if you ask them, have you been to Lombok? Have you been to Sulawesi? They don't know where it is and they haven't heard of it. And so it does require Indonesia to promote itself, to showcase everything the country has to offer in order for tourism to return back to maybe in a different way than it was before, right? Instead of putting everyone in the same location, right, and then dealing with over tourism, can you promote more different destinations across the country so that you can kind of spread the love a little bit more, right? And I know that the Minister of Tourism, he has these 5 focus destinations in mind, right, that he wants to develop more. We haven't yet seen so far a really strong brand marketing campaign to push those. So that's something that Expedia can help with, and that we look forward seeing. And as a traveler personally as well, I'd love to come more often to Indonesia and discover more.
Thank you so much, Miss Celine. Yes, that's the things that we need. We really need to take a very deep notes about it. Looking forward to keep you company to travel all around Indonesia in the future. Thank you so much once again, Miss Celine. We have several questions to Dr. Jane and Dr. Yunita as well, but due to the time limit that we are very sorry that we cannot answer to all the questions. So I would like to remind you all the participants to fill up the presence list. Now we are going to have the token of appreciation. I would like to, the first token of appreciation, we would like to share the certificate to all the amazing speakers. The first one, we would like to give our certificate to Mr. Agilson Fail.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate it. It was a pleasure being here with you.
Thank you so much, and please enjoy your stay here. We are very sorry that we still have to deal with these technical glitches. So we will share to all of the speakers. I think it's already on. Is it? Rashid University, I think you need to highlight yourself, because all the participants, we cannot see the certificate of the speaker. Okay, so once again, thank you so much for all the speakers. Thank you so much, Mr. Agilson Wild. Thank you so much, Prof. Mustafa. Thank you so much, Miss Celine. Thank you so much, Dr. Jane. And thank you so much, Dr. Yunita. We are very happy to have you here for the celebrations of World Tourism Day 2022 Indonesia. We celebrate all around the world, and thank you so much to be a part of proud Indonesian tourism stakeholders. Thank you so much, everybody. Muniba, the stage play.
I'm sorry, but we cannot hear you clearly. Can you please repeat what you have said before?
All the session is wrap up, so you can announce the best winner, the winner, I mean.
So actually, we have the participants offline in here, and they want to ask some questions. So is it possible if they can ask questions to the speakers?
Yes, that's very fine. I think if we still have few more minutes, we still can occupy 1 to 2 questions.
So do you, the participants who is in here right now, do you have any questions to the speaker? Okay, yes, please. Can you come in front? Please.
Okay, good morning. I have a question for the speakers. Before this, I want to introduce myself. My name is Abintang Satria. I'm from Agribusiness, batch 2023. I have a question for the speakers. How can the tourism industry attract more green investments to promote sustainable practices and minimize the environmental impact? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the courage. Sorry, can I have your name again? Hello?
My name is Abintang Satria.
Okay, Abi, to whom you are addressing your question to?
You can call me Bintang.
Okay, to whom you are addressing your question to?
How can the tourism industry attract more green investments to promote sustainable practices and minimize its environmental impact?
I see. You are not addressing the questions to a specific speakers, is it? So I think as the head of Center of Environmental Disaster Resilience, I think Dr. Yunita is the best fit to answer the questions.
For the speakers of
Thank you, Ibu. Okay, I think this is a very good question from my students here. And then, yeah, unfortunately, the subject that we discuss in class with Bintang, that's not about tourism, but we talk about other things. We call it economic survival, but it's okay. Like, we know that our students need to know about the tourism, especially in Indonesia, because we know that the potential, tourism potential in Indonesia is very good. If someone asks us, the student asks, how we can implement or how we change the tourism that's happening now become sustainable tourism. I think that's very good and very wide answer that we can make but actually this is a very challenge for students. If you already realize that this is an important thing then we need to implement it. That's the point. If you ask me how, maybe we need to have like 1 or 2 semesters to discuss that. But yeah, I think this is a very good question, because if you already realize it, you need to know about the principle of it first. Yeah, what is it about? When we talk about the tourism, maybe you already know about the tourism, about jalan-jalan, right? And then healing or something. But when we put it sustainable before the tourism itself, that's other things. That's several principles that you can need to implement in that. But we need to have more time too. But the first thing is, this is a very important when we talk about the planet. We don't have a planet B. We just have one, and then we are as a human. That's not someone that as a manager of the ecosystem, but we are as a part of it. We need to harmonize the whole part in the ecosystem to find the harmonization about it. If we can do it, we can keep the environment. That's the point. Yeah, that's the point. I think that's from me, Bu Sufina, as a moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yunita. Actually, I am so ecstatic because all the participants online and on site cannot, you still have various questions in your mind that we would like to prepare ourselves to become a better stakeholders of tourism in Indonesia to help us reach a bigger and higher target. So I think that's all the question for these sessions, and I would like to return this to the MCs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Safira. Actually, we still have one more participants want to ask questions. So yeah, can you please come to the stage? Please introduce yourself and tell us which questions you want to ask and who do you want to answer your questions.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Fatima Tusaida. I'm from Agribusiness, batch 2023. I want to ask for Madam Jen about what are the key challenges and opportunities for integrating green environments into tourism infrastructure and operation to create a more sustainable and eco-friendly tourism sector. Okay, thank you.
So, moderator, as I am in the same room with Fatima Tusada, can I answer?
Sure, yes, please.
Question, yeah. Okay. So the question is about ecotourism. If I'm not mistaken, ecotourism. So here, because my expertise is about defense tourism, yeah. So it's about value. And the next step, while we are really sure that Indonesia is having a defense heritage object. And then the second step, we can create this kind of idea, not just idea, not just research, but it's like field trip, or tour, defense heritage tour. And then the next step, of course, we can develop this kind that Fatim Tusada hope, about ecotourism aspect of this kind of defense heritage. Because Indonesia, our big regulation is cultural heritage. So all new ideas, including the idea of defense heritage, still under all the programs embedded with the cultural heritage program. So I think our Ministry of Tourism already think about this kind of ecotourism and sustainable tourism, and defense heritage concept or defense heritage idea for the tour will be embedded in this kind of program. So I think there is the new one, how to build ecotourism for defense heritage. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jane. So just to make sure, Scarlett, do we still have time?
Yes, ma'am. I think that's the end of the questions in here.
I see.
So,
Okay.
ladies and gentlemen, our stimulating session 1 has concluded. Thank you so much, our honorable speakers, respectable moderator, and the audience. Thank you for engaging. And my heartfelt apologies for the technical issues just lagging behind because of internet problem. But we truly appreciate your presence and patience, and glad to have you all as the great part of World Tourism Day Youth Forum 2023.
And it's time for a well-deserved lunch break. We hope you found the discussion insightful and thought-provoking. And please don't forget to fill the attendance form in the chat box we are sending you in every session of the discussions. Please enjoy your lunch, and we will see you back here soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Nyala.
Berarti keluar dulu ya? Keluar aja. Saya bertaruh pesertanya.
Tapi Kak belum mulai.
Perkenalkan partner saya namanya Pak Emil Batali.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope that you had a nourishing lunch and are ready for another enriching session. As we continue our exploration of tourism and green investment, we are fortunate to have a capable guide who will steer us through the insightful discussions that await. But wait, just before that, we have the greeting videos from our partner universities, starting from the Steve Pram, Yogyakarta University, President University, and other pleasurable partner universities. So let's go to watch the videos.
Everyone, happy World Tourism Day 2023.
It is a day when we come together to recognize the power, the beauty of diverse cultures, and the importance of sustainable tourism. This day serves as a reminder of the incredible opportunities that tourism offers our global community.
As we mark World Tourism Day, let us remember that the world is a vast, diverse, and incredibly beautiful place.
Let us seize every opportunity to explore, experience, and enjoy it. And let us do so with a sense of responsibility and respect for the people and places we encounter in our journeys.
Greetings from President University.
Happy World Tourism Day 2023.
Happy World Tourism Day 2023.
From UPH with love.
Happy World Tourism Day 2023! Yay!
Happy World Tourism Day 2023. May all hospitality and tourism industry around the world goes higher and better. Big spirit to all tourism professionals. All the best. Salam Pesona Indonesia. Wonderful Indonesia.
Civitas Akademika Institut Pariwisata Trisakti mengucapkan
Selamat Hari Pariwisata Dunia 2023. Happy World Tourism Day. Bangga berwisata di Indonesia.
Happy World Tourism Day 2023 from Lombok Tourism Polytechnic. Yes, we can.
Om Swastiastu, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, salam sejahtera Namo Buddhaya, Salam, Salam Mengendali Karyawan. Saya Ida Bagus Puja, Direktur Politeknik Bali, serta manajemen mengucapkan Happy World Tourism Day 2020. Together, we are investing in people, planet, and prosperity. Politeknik Bali Center of Education. Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, salam sejahtera, Namo Buddhaya, Salam, Salam Mengendali Karyawan. Saya Ida Bagus Puja, Direktur Politeknik Bali, serta manajemen mengucapkan Happy World Tourism Day 2020. Together, we are investing in people, planet, and prosperity. Politeknik Bali Center of Education. Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I would like to say Happy World Tourism Day 2020. To come support the role of tourism in realizing a greener and more sustainable future for our planet. Let's unite our step towards a better tourism and a better Indonesia.
Thank you for the sponsors and partner universities. It was the great opportunity with work you all. Bina Sarana Informatica University, Podo Moro University, Panchasila University, Trisakti Institute of Tourism, Palita Harapan University, Swiss German University, Parivisapta, then Business International Institute, President University, Udayana University, NHI Bandung Tourism College.
Gunadarma University, Ilmu Sosial dan Management STIMI, Piami Institute, Abarukmo Yogyakarta Tourism College, Komunikasi dan Bisnis LSPR Institute, James Cook University Australia, Bunda Mulia University, Bina Nusantara University, Pendidikan Indonesia University, Bali Tourism College, Lombok Tourism College.
I would like to say thanks again to our dearest partner universities. It was amazing working with you all around the Indonesian universities.
So, Muniba, how do you feel about our first panel discussions today?
It was actually great. We were glad to have such an inspirational speaker from all around the world. We gained a lot of new insights, and we are glad that we had such amazing speakers from all around the world, and we would like to say thanks to them again.
Yeah, that's so sweet. I totally agree with you. Ladies and gentlemen, while we're waiting for the arrival of our esteemed guest, I would like to take a moment to highlight the crucial intersections of tourism and green investment. In an era where sustainability is paramount, investing in eco-friendly tourism not only preserves our beautiful destination, but also foster economic growth and environmental preservations. We'll delve deeper into this fascinating topic shortly, so stay tuned for some valuable insights.
Exactly. I totally agree with you, Scarlett. Indonesia is playing a pivotal role in green investments. Basically, it is one of the highest tourism places right now, and then being the part of UNWTO from 2023 until 2027, now Indonesia has a big responsibility that how to engage the sustainable tourism and green investments.
How wonderful is it, right, Muniba? When we were living right here in Indonesia, a very beautiful country, especially host country this year for World Tourism Day 2023.
And then we are glad to celebrate the World Tourism Day and Youth Forum 2023 while being host as President University and PATA Pacific Asia Tourism Association. We are saying thanks again to our sponsor and partners.
So right now, we're all students in President University, isn't it right? So how do you feel?
Actually, I feel great being the part of President University. It is providing us numerous opportunities and it is giving us the real life experience that how to be a future leader. And maybe if we can play the virtual tour of President University, so our audience can see also how the President University look like. Can we have a quick virtual tour to President University?
It was going to be wonderful.
Exactly. We are glad to live in the captivating land of Indonesia while studying in one of the best universities.
All right, so let's take a virtual tour in President University.
Everyone, happy World Tourism Day 2023.
It is a day when we come together to recognize the power of travel, the beauty of diverse cultures, and the importance of sustainable tourism. This day serves as a reminder of the incredible opportunity that tourism offers our global community.
As we mark World Tourism Day, let us remember that the world is a vast, diverse, and incredibly beautiful place.
Let us seize every opportunity to explore, experience, and enjoy it. And let us do so with a sense of responsibility and respect for the people and places we encounter in our journeys.
Greetings from President University.
Kami dari Program Studi Pariwisata Universitas Gunadarma mengucapkan Selamat Hari Pariwisata Dunia tahun 2023. Terima kasih.
Kami dari Program Studi Pariwisata Universitas Gunadarma mengucapkan Selamat Hari Pariwisata Sedunia. Terima kasih.
Kami dari Program Studi Pariwisata Universitas Gunadarma mengucapkan Selamat Hari Pariwisata Dunia tahun 2023.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Profesor Markian Universitas Gunadarma. Dalam hal ini atas nama segenap keluarga besar Gunadarma mengucapkan Selamat Hari Pariwisata Sedunia yang jatuh pada tanggal 27 September. segenap keluarga besar Universitas Gunadarma sangat peduli kepada masalah kepariwisataan, dan dengan semboyan marilah kita berbuat yang terbaik untuk pariwisata sehingga dapat mengembangkan, ikut berpartisipasi dalam pengembangan ataupun dalam semua kegiatan yang ada, sehingga pada akhirnya dapat meningkatkan kegiatan perekonomian secara berkeseluruhan dan berkesinambungan. Saya kira bersama-sama kita dapat berbuat banyak untuk kita semua. Marilah kita melakukan kegiatan kepariwisataan dengan semboyan yang sudah kita pahami bersama, sudah kita janjikan bersama, yaitu travel, enjoy, respect, and responsible. Selamat Hari Wisata Sedunia 27 September 2023. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hello, future leaders. Welcome to President University.
My name is Scarlett from Law Batch 2022.
My name is Sir from Industrial Engineering Batch 2022.
And we are so excited to show you around today. Come on. First stop of our tour is the main building of President University, home to the Office of Undergraduate Admission, where we welcome thousands of visitors each year. This is where my President University story began.
This is also where I took my very first class in President University. The main building accommodates the Adam Kurniawan Library, classes, laboratories, and student services of President University. President University was founded by Dr. S.T. Darmono as the founder of Jababeka Group.
President University is located in Jababeka Education Park, Kota Jababeka. It's a fully integrated major township development spanning 5,600 hectares. It is a self-contained industry-based township and as the largest industrial estate in Southeast Asia.
It's the home of 1,700 multinational companies from 30 countries, namely the United States of America, Canada, United Kingdom, Germany, France, the Netherlands, Korea, Japan, China, Malaysia, Singapore, and Australia.
As an international standard university, President University not only are the classes conducted in English, yet also equipped with an international standard curriculum which was made and developed by world-class academics.
Our nearly 5,000 undergraduate students study across 4 academic divisions: the Faculty of Business, the Faculty of Humanities, the Faculty of Computer Science, and the Faculty of Engineering.
The Adam Kurniawan Library was first opened in 2003. The library was officially named Adam Kurniawan Library in honor of Adam Kurniawan as one of the founders of Jababeka Group.
The design concept of the new library implies the UNESCO 4 pillars of education: learning to know, learning to be, learning to do, and learning to live together.
This is the President University Convention Center. It's the place where you start and end your activities at President University. This is the place where you gather for your first year convocation, and this is also where you end your journey in President University for your senior year graduation.
This is also the place where President University students' favorite events are held: the Disnatalis of President University, Sport Olympiad, President University Idol, and the welcoming night for the freshmen.
Every year here on PUCC, our clubs and communities host the Student Involvement Fair. President University offers a variety of clubs and communities that you can join.
We have everything ranging from performing arts and music to cultural clubs and even student government. During your time in President University, you might have a class that is in a larger lecture hall setting. But the majority of the classes that you take here are going to be in classroom just look like this.
The university has laboratories to support the academic activities. Each faculty has one of the student academic supporting areas. Brilliant University follows the curriculum of Campus Merdeka, which all students will fulfill in 3 years of education. Due to this curriculum, a President University graduate is a well-rounded critical thinker, a great conversation partner, and ready to address the world's most pressing needs. Welcome to Dormitory. President University students want to live in the campus area to experience the international environment the university has offered. There are 2 dormitories, the New Beverly Hills and the Student Boarding House.
Residential life is all about living in community with your classmates and friends and making some of the best memories you possibly can here at President University.
There are so many places on campus for students to hang out. One of my favorite places happens to be right here. This is the Jababeka Golf and Country Club. This is an awesome place for students to hang and to get the golf-free range, swimming pool, and other sports facilities.
Thank you for joining us. We love showing you around campus.
We hope to see you soon on President University.
Bye!
Buka itu ternyata sama aja.
What a wonderful video, isn't it, Muniba? And I'm very proudly to introduce me again. My name is Scarlett. I'm majoring in law, batch 2022, and I'm from Vietnam. With my co-host,
I'm Muniba Sajid, and I'm from Pakistan, majoring in business administration, and we are glad to be studying in President University.
all right, let's not wait for more longer. To our next sessions, let us welcome our speaker, Dr. Billy Mambrasa, SDBSc, MBA, MSc, EDM. He is special staff to President of the Republic of Indonesia. He is also Indonesia's Sustainable Development Goals Ambassador. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, let us give a warm welcome to our beloved speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to say that I had to skip the morning session. The reason being that I had to be in the ministry, a ministerial meeting. So I couldn't make it that time, but I try my best to be in this event because I think this event is very important to incubate the mind of the young people of what kind of strategy that is put in place by us, central government, the president himself, to make Indonesia as one of the top tourist destination and top tourism industry. As some of you may know that yesterday, the president has launched the new presidential instruction, in which one of the instructions was about the carbon trading. And that was also shown in the commitment of the Indonesia presence in the United Nations General Assembly meeting this year, in which we told the world that we commit for the zero, our net emission for our carbon. So we commit also via other regulation, such as the presidential regulation number 111, year 2022, about the Sustainable Development Goals. And the derivatives of all the regulations are the priority of some industry to put in place the sustainability and environment in the heart, close to the industry. And one of those sectors are tourism. President also launched a couple of years ago 7 New Bali as our new tourism destination. And as a result, linked to the regulation that we have in terms of environment, the instruction top down to the regency or provincial government is to include sustainability in the tourism development, infrastructure development, and also the hospitality, to put in place the mindset of sustainability. My role as the Sustainable Development Goals Ambassadors now, and I was appointed to be the SDGs Ambassador since 2019. This is my fourth year serving as the SDGs ambassador. I've been traveling around the country, talk to the provinces, the governors, the region leaders, especially those places with tourism as the main industry. Recently, I went to Lubuk Banggai and I went to Bali. When I was in Lubuk Banggai, the central Sulawesi province, I had a conversation with the region leader. And the region leader wanted to make Banggai as the city of the tourism spot, not just for Eastern Indonesia specifically, but also the whole Indonesia. And what amazes me is that he understands the instruction given by the president to make the whole tourism places of Indonesia to be sustainable and to be green-based. So he put the requirements for all the businesses that want to invest in tourism industry in the region to comply with the regulation that is okay. To put in place regulation that requires all the investors and the businesses which wants to enter Banggai to comply with the requirements. This shows that if the region leader, if the local leaders, if the provincial leaders commit to achieve the sustainable tourism, not just part of the trend, the world trend, but also the commitment of Indonesia as one of the countries which commits to comply with that, then we will achieve the sustainable tourism in the whole nationwide, not just in our country, but also worldwide. I've been witnessing in some provinces, the young leaders like you guys also be part of the commitment of the local leaders to create their area to be sustainable tourism destination. Just recently, in Biak region, one of the regencies in Papua province, some of the youth groups called Contender launched a movement to clean up the beaches using digital technology. They created an app that not just collect the waste from the beaches and seasides, but also they installed the recycling facilities to reduce the plastic waste. And that creates a beautiful landscape of the seasides of Biak regencies. This not just attracted the local communities to be participate, but also the international tourists took action being part of the movement. So what I've seen, it just is what I want to say is the commitment to make Indonesia as one of the international tourism destination is not just the burden and the responsibility of the governments like presidents and the ministries, but also it depends upon the commitment of the local leaders, both provincial leaders, region leaders, but also the youth leaders like you and me. So now in this moment, I want to say thank you very much for the President's University, Jababeka Real Estate, all the partners who make this event happen today. It creates enthusiasm amongst the young leaders who will take part in making Indonesia a green, clean, sustainable tourism destination of the world. And when you later in the future, you take part in leadership position, be it that you take part in the government position or private sector's position, parliament, or even become community and society leaders, put sustainability in your heart, in your mind, in your heart, close to your heart, that you have to take commitment, make actions to achieve the Indonesia target to be the world-class sustainable tourism destination. I think that that's all what I want to say. I say congratulations for this Congress and Convention, and I'm waiting to hear back the output of this conference as an input for us. With this, I'm closing this. Thank you so much.
I'm really sorry for the interruption, sir. Can you continue?
While waiting for her to join, let's talk about the theme of our event again. That is sustainable tourism and green investments. As the student of President University, I'm glad to tell you that we are trying to engage the students to extend and increase the research on sustainable tourism and green investment, how we can work on it closely and increase the green tourism and investments in Indonesia. And for this panel discussion, we have 6 inspirational international speakers from all around the world telling us about how we can engage tourism with different businesses and how we can increase the green investments all around the world. As the theme, United Nations World Tourism Organization, we are trying to make this earth a better place to live while having green investments and taking care of our motherland, how we can focus on protecting our land while engaging and collaborating all around the world.
What an exciting discussions upcoming, Muniba. I can't wait to hear their discussion, their sharing to us, and I hope that all the participants today can gain more knowledge, and we're gonna have a lot of more knowledge, and then day by day we're gonna put it to daily life.
Exactly, and I would like to ask my dear audience, the students and the other attendees, please listen to the speakers so that later on in the Q&A session you can ask them the question which are relevant to their topic. Thank you.
All right, so let's not waiting for more longer. Let's welcome Dr. Munawaro Daniel for the moderator and our beloved speakers. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me, Muniba. Can you hear me? Yes, because the connection,
have you here?
yes, because the connection is really not supported since morning, so I'm worried about it. All right.
We totally understand, ma'am.
All right. This afternoon we will listen to 6 presentation from the ordinary speaker whose knowledge and expertise will be beneficial for you. Hope you can share the slide of the speakers.
Yes, ma'am, definitely. We will be supporting you while sharing the presentation of our respectable speakers.
All right. So the short CP show on the slide is not really represent how our speakers are, because they are more than that. So I think I give a bit information that will be adding on their CV, so you know how great they are, how great your speaker are. I start from the first speaker is Mr. Jean Paul de la Fonte, already here. Mr. Jean Paul de la Fonte is we call it Mr. GP, the short word that people know as Mr. GP.
Correct, Dr. Munawaro. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Jean Paul de la Fonte is the director of Swiss-based on Seven Wonder Foundation, head of value development of global New Seven Wonder organization, director and founder of Eureka, London-based business consultancy. Mr. Jean Paul launched the worldwide sport and online media business, run a publicly listed company, act as a lead negotiator for leading sport media right company, and work in multinational advertising business in London and New York. So, Mr. GP, time is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Munawaro. A pleasure to meet you. Selamat siang wherever you are. Selamat pagi dari London. I am Jean Paul de la Fuente, as you've mentioned, director of New Seven Wonders.
Yes.
I know we have a number of other esteemed speakers on the panel today, so I will be brief. I have a few slides to show, but before I do that, of course, I want to send my regards to the president of Pather Pak Purnomo, the esteemed professor Pak Agus Kani, without whom nothing will be possible. Also shout out to Muniba for all her coordination efforts, but in particular, of course, Pak Darmono, whose vision, investment, support has really helped make President University and many other projects in Indonesia a reality. Truly a visionary man. So we should all be grateful for that. I would like to share some slides, if I may. So I don't know whoever's handling the technology, but you tell me if this is coming up. Just a second. There we go. Can you confirm that this is showing yes on your system?
Yes, I can see it.
Excellent. So as we've discussed, the panel today is discussing the question of the environment and tourism, how it all works together, and what are the key learnings that we can share. Specifically, I'm going to talk to you about the learnings from the New Seven Wonders of Nature. I will explain what this is and how they apply, and in particular, how the wonder effect applies. And I think this will be of interest and relevance to the students, I hope. By way of introduction, New Seven Wonders is one of the, excuse me, I just want to go back a second because there seems to be an issue with the where the layout is here. Anyway, trying to remove this green thing here. Anyway, we'll have to carry on with this technology. I'm sorry we have this green thing on the top there. I don't know how to get rid of it. Who are we as New Seven Wonders? We are an independent international organization. We're based in Switzerland, same as the International Olympic Committee or FIFA or the Red Cross, Red Crescent. It was founded by a gentleman called Bernard Weber, a Swiss Canadian, who came up with this vision, this idea of inviting the world to choose, to vote and choose for the official New Seven Wonders. And therefore, New Seven Wonders is the official global authority for the Voting for Wonders. What is it that we do? We have organized these global voting campaigns. So far, over 600 million votes around the world. Still the world's first ever global voting campaign, still a world record. And most importantly, I think what validates, brings legitimacy to the New Seven Wonders compared to any other kind of listing or selection or self-identified wonder. These are the official wonders. And in fact, we have some major campaigns. The most notable ones are the New Seven Wonders of the World and the New Seven Wonders of Nature. But also in the process of rolling around the world, newer concept is for the National Seven Wonders. And this has already been taking place in certain key nations. The New Seven Wonders of the World, to remind everybody, were announced on the 7th of July 2007, 777, of course, a historic date that only comes around once in a lifetime. Those of you with a good visual memory will know that which are these wonders, but they literally stretch across the world from Asia through the Middle East to Europe to South America, specifically the Great Wall of China, Chichen Itza in Mexico, the Colosseum in Rome, Cristo in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, Machu Picchu in Peru, Petra in Jordan, and the Taj Mahal in India. By the way, that hot air balloon and the hot air airship is not Photoshop. We literally flew those things over all the wonders when we did the campaigning back during the campaign in 2007. This was the world's first ever global vote, and as I say, was announced on 2007 and transformed the status and position of these destinations. And I will come on to talk to that in more detail and specifically what it implies and suggests for the agenda we have today. Obviously, the world isn't just made of man-made or human-made heritage buildings, structures and monuments. The world is also made of natural wonders, and therefore we ran the campaign for the New Seven Wonders of Nature, which resulted in these extraordinary places being voted. A very tough, very competitive campaign. We have the Amazon, which, by the way, nature doesn't define national borders. So the Amazon is shared, in fact, by 9 countries. It's not just Brazil. The river, for example, starts in Peru. 9 countries across South America share the whole of the Amazon forest and river. Halong Bay in Vietnam, the Iguazu Falls shared by Argentina and Brazil, Jeju Island in Korea, Puerto Princesa Underground River in the Philippines. You already see 2 ASEAN members there, Table Mountain in South Africa, and of course, I haven't forgotten Komodo of Indonesia is one of the official New Seven Wonders of Nature. So Indonesia, the host of this event today, is also home of one of the official New Seven Wonders of Nature. Now let's get on to the subject, which is I'm going to hopefully share some of the learnings we have from the New Seven Wonders, specifically the New Seven Wonders of Nature. But to get to that, I need to tell you about something. Independent research around the world, not commissioned by us, by independent, objective companies from all continents, have come together and realized that there's something called the wonder effect. In fact, it's a name that an independent researcher gave to this, which is that tourism, and not just tourism, the entire social economy in those destinations that are wonders, providing those wonders, campaign and promote and intelligently and actively use their New Seven Wonders status, grows at more than twice the rate compared to any other destination. So here's some statistics, of course, pre-pandemic. You can see that world tourism grew, as you expect, grew in a very healthy way, 52% across 5 years. During the same reference period, the wonders grew by 124%. This is the wonder effect. Now, the question is what you do with this and what you learn from this. So let's get on to that. The first point I want to make is that campaigns such as New Seven Wonders, what they create is a level of real and genuine branding, not promotion, not advertising. Yes, you get a bit of that, not visibility, branding. Branding is about the emotional soul of a name and a place in this case. And you get that through being part of the New Seven Wonders campaigns and being one of the chosen 7 wonders. Let's be clear that most tourism advertising, and I'm going to say this quite openly and be quite frank in some of my comments today, is a failure. It's a failure because it's very samey, it's very replaceable. Try and take any campaign for tourism advertising and in your mind, replace the name of that country or that destination with another destination from another country. Let's be honest, a beautiful beach is a beautiful beach is a beautiful beach. So it's very difficult to get breakthrough and presence and some kind of standout that is different. And that's what you get with the Seven Wonders campaign. So what's happened, clearly, and you've seen that from the Wonder Effect, is that by having this unique status, these places, including the new Seven Wonders of Nature, have achieved branding. The ones that have done it properly, and not all of them have, and I will mention that later. And this generates, of course, a success. Not the kind of success that's top down. We heard earlier about government strategies, and I'm very familiar with them, of defining the top 10 destinations or the best 5 or the most important. But this is a top-down decision that doesn't always result in anything on the ground. We can see that today in Indonesia. Indonesia is still a mono-destination nation. Let's be open about it. Indonesia is Bali, period, full stop. That needs to change, that must change, that will change. But in the meantime, it proves that things that are top-down don't always work in the same way as bottom-up. And of course, campaigns such as New Seven Wonders are very much bottom-up. The second point I want to make is that through the New Seven Wonders campaigns, all these places receive what I call a very bright spotlight, shiny light on them, because they are one of the voted wonders. This means that they cannot shy away from the importance of that status. And the importance of that status means that they must, under all circumstances, of course, take care of that location. So sustainability comes through the fact that these locations have this status. Why would you, it's self-defeating to do anything that damages it. Now, I want to just open a little parenthesis here. I believe that over-tourism is a false hypothesis. I don't believe it is a problem. I believe it is an opportunity. Let's be honest, over-tourism is an elitist statement. It means, I've seen this place, it's okay for me to visit this place, but I don't want too many people there. That's not fair, and it's not right, and it's certainly not right for the people who work in the sector. Over-tourism is dealt with by intelligent policies in terms of managing flows and amplifying the destination opportunities, so not making it a mono-destination issue. So I think this is one of the key learnings we have from the New Seven Wonders of Nature, that the spotlight enhances the validity and the importance of being a sustainable destination. Locations have to make sure that they keep that special wonders status by ensuring that the place is taken care of. And finally, what we've seen is, because of the wonder effect, it's a positive circle. The locations become successful, as I said before, but most of all, they become locations that guarantee ROI, return on investment, which is why we see record growth in terms of infrastructure, hotels, and all related socioeconomic development at the wonders, because they prove that actually investing in the wonders creates a return on investment. So they're very productive sectors. More importantly, I think, than return on investment is the fact that it creates a boost for the entire social economy. Let's remember that tourism is not just about tourism, it's about employment. It's about people being able to afford to send their kids to school when they couldn't before. It's about a better infrastructure, all of these things. So in conclusion, I mean, I think maybe relevant for the people watching this, how can I become part of the New Seven Wonders movement? Well, first of all, most of you are from Indonesia. So you have a wonder. You have one of the official New Seven Wonders of Nature. So work in all the possible opportunities you can to help make Komodo a success, because it is not yet. In fact, I would suggest that Komodo is one of the least performing of the wonders for a number of reasons. Not a criticism, just a comment.
Honorable Speaker, sorry to interrupt you. We can barely hear you. Can you be a little more louder so we can clearly hear you?
Okay, did you hear anything at all until now?
Yeah, now it's clear. Thank you, sir.
No, but before, did you hear anything?
Yeah, we couldn't. It was like very low voice.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Hopefully the slides spoke for themselves.
So it's fine. Thank you so much.
If you are from a nation with one of the New Seven Wonders, the World New Seven Wonders of Nature, which may well be the case, because I know there's many students from many places. I saw before there's somebody from Vietnam. Of course, seek opportunities with these locations. And of course, if you do not have a wonder in your nation, then wait, because we may well be there with one of the official New Seven Wonders, national Seven Wonders campaigns. So you too can be part of the making of the wonder effect. And I look forward to any questions and answer later as part of this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. GP. What a very interesting topic. So anyone who want to ask question, maybe you have to wait until the end of the session, since the question will be put it together after the 6 panelists giving the speech.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Mr. GP. Maybe I email you to ask many questions myself, Pak.
Okay, with pleasure.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Our second speaker, we continue with our second speaker. The name is Mr. Salahuddin Sulaiman Sinakandu from
Hi.
Sport TV, Singapore. Hi.
Hi. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes,
Good.
I can hear you. Can I
Great,
read your CV first so people
Yes,
know
please.
who you are?
Yes, please.
Very famous
Yeah.
person. All right. Salahuddin has been in the sport, television, media industry for more than 30 years, has worked on numerous projects at ESPN, Star Sport, MTV Media Pro in marketing, sponsorship sales. His portfolio of work include the English Premier League, La Liga Bundesliga, Serie A, top European football club, and major music event and festival. I think this is very interesting for us. You have a principle says C2A. C is for competency, something which is no use for you if one does not process. 1A is aptitude and the second A is attitude. So the absolute right one. So much so that you only prefer working with people who process the glass half full attitude. Time is yours, Mr. Salahuddin.
Thank you very much, Shibu. Thank you very much. And thank you for having me here, Pak Purnomo, for arrange this, and also Pak Agus for inviting me to present my thoughts on how sports should be an important part of tourism and how it can help in educating people about sustainability and all that. Love to share some slides with you on what we have done in the past and why sports is important. So Muniba, would you be sharing the presentation? Or should I be sharing it from my end? Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
But okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, I see.
Good. Okay, I think I'll just share it from here. Okay, let me just put it on. Can you see this clearly?
Yes.
Good.
Yes,
Good. So the idea is about scoring big for tourism and scoring even bigger for Indonesia. Our object is very simple. It's about bringing the world to Indonesia and bringing Indonesia to the world, which I think it's important to tell the world who you are, what you do, and how you do it safely for the environment and sustainability. And we feel sports can be that platform for you to grow the tourism industry, the tourism business and everything. So why sports? Very simple. It has no age, no color, no gender, no language, importantly, no religion, not even politics can matter. Where in fact, politics can actually be brought together. We know of countries that actually stopped a war to play a football match and then go back to war again. So sports tend to do that quite often. Sports has the power to change the world. It has the power to inspire. It has the power to unite people. It speaks to youth in a language they understand. Sports can create hope. It is more powerful than governments in breaking down racial barriers. It sometimes even laughs in the face of all types of discrimination. And who said that? None other than Nelson Mandela. That's how powerful sports can be. And sports, I feel, we all feel, and we've seen it many times, being used to bring people together, to unite a nation, to show the world. So sports can play a significant role, a very strategic role. Firstly, it can be a bridge, a tool, and also a platform. Sports is all-embracing network, a bridge connecting government, institution, business, social organization, brands, fans, and consumers together. Probably one of the only platforms that can do that. A bridge bringing the world to Indonesia and bringing Indonesia to the world. Sports is a tool that can open new frontiers. It could be football, it could be a completely different sport, but it could even help build new businesses, and that's already been seen, and I'll talk about that in a short while as we go there. A tool that can influence, bring attention to Indonesia and Indonesians' abilities and attributes. It can modify, create positive change, enhance the citizenship value, and help to realize aspirations. Okay, I think I'm stuck here. I'm not quite sure. Okay, there you go. It's a platform. It can trigger Indonesian talents and values. Importantly, showcase yourself to the world. Many examples we have seen from 1968 or even before that. Tokyo Olympics was used as a platform to show to the world that Japan has arrived. Qatar World Cup more recently showed the world where Qatar is. Now when you talk about any corner of the world you go to, you mention Doha, people know it's in Qatar. That's where the World Cup happened. Singapore's F1 has been used not just as a revenue-driving platform, but also to show the world that, you know what, F1 has actually become even more sustainable than it was, say, 10, 15 years ago. Australian Open has been used also in terms of the way it conducts itself from how it was to showcase that it can help, A, bring tourism revenue, B, promote Australia to the outside world, and also tell the world that how tennis and how that entire sports platform can be done sustainably. More recently, I've underlined that particularly the Saudi initiatives, the way they are doing things, the way they are using sports to bring the world's attention to what they are doing in terms of using sports to promote the nation as a whole, and also to promote the fact that they are being sustainable. And they've done it in many sports, from golf to MMA to motorsports, more recently in football and tennis. Okay. Then again, those things that I mentioned has a high cost. It does have a high cost, but then again, there are also low cost activations that you can do. This is an example of how Tourism Malaysia did it. It wanted to show the world using La Liga as a platform. And if you see here, the footballer that they used was Luis Suarez. People who in football would know who he exactly is. I'll see if I can play the video and you'll see how this is done. It's a little commercial.
Take a rest and smile and share. For sure, you'll take a lot of pictures. Forget about the time. You won't need it then. Your destiny is clear. It'll be full of surprises. Time to make it happen. Let's start the holidays. Malaysia, truly Asia.
That's a classic example. Here's another one where they wanted to show the different places in Malaysia and the different languages of Malaysia, and doing it at the same time showing that they are very environmentally friendly as well. This is attire and etiquette.
Selamat datang. Ni hao. Wanakam.
Very simple execution, didn't cost too much. And what you see on the right-hand side of your screen is how Malaysia used this famous football celebrity to promote their different sports, as well as the different natural wonders that they had across Malaysia. And again, it's a very simple execution. Very easily be doable, especially with Indonesia, where you have more places to see, more natural wonders to showcase to the world. Here's another. This is how another sport was used, this time by Thailand Tourism Board, where we brought in the Wimbledon tennis. Again, it was more to showcase not just Thailand as a great place, but to even have little short clips where the players would talk about Thailand. They were asked to try Thai food and so on. Thirdly, more recently, Philippines. What they're doing is telling the world that they have great golf courses, where they have actually made a very concerted effort to be environmentally friendly and make sure those golf courses followed a certain criteria in making sure that the sustainability factor was maintained. That it has the best, that using sports platform like Sport TV, for example, they also they intend to bring in celebrity golfers and bring in top international tournaments. Okay. English football. More recently, you would have seen a carbon zero attempt made by Chelsea Football Club. These three football clubs have actually done that. Or Aston Villa, Crystal Palace, and Burnley are looking at actually changing their floodlights to make it more, should I say, solar panel ready, so that they don't use too much electricity. You have fantastic sports arenas and stadiums. Those could actually be, using solar energy to energize those stadiums could be a way of saving the environment more. Finally, tourism. It's not just about tourism revenue. What sports can do is regularly expose Indonesia to the world, infrastructure of Indonesia to the world. Jobs gets created, new kind of jobs get created, because you are looking at not just the sports industry, but the other industries that come in to support the sports activities that's happening. Services improves, get people united, you become a rallying point. I remember the last Asian Games when it was held in Jakarta, the IO Indonesia spirit came about. Knowledge transfer happens. What do you call that? Best in class activity that is done outside of Indonesia being brought here, and vice versa. Creative thoughts, especially you guys all being students, this encourages creative thoughts to come up. New, as I said earlier, new business gets created. It changes perception, creates a positive image. But you know what? When we do all this, we don't forget the environment. When this gets activated, and this entire thing becomes a chain reaction. So it is not just about the tourism revenue, and many other ways where we can help when a sports activity happens in Indonesia, or when you're promoting Indonesia via sports. For example, let's use our paper. Qatar World Cup was one of the most environment friendly, where there was not much paper ticket was issued. Visas becomes tourist visas, and sports tourist visas becomes electronic visas. Sports gives you a chance to encourage and educate people, because at one go, you're getting 50, 60,000 people in a stadium as well as on television. Use of solar energy to power those stadiums and arenas. Those are some of the little thoughts that comes to mind. So don't forget sports when you want to promote tourism, because sports can help you pass on that knowledge of becoming environment friendly and all. Okay, that's what I would have to say. And thank you very much. I hope you all got something out of this, and any questions later on how Malaysia or Thailand made use of sports to promote that, I can answer questions later. All right.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Salahuddin. Very interesting. I believe that there's a lot of question for you. And I can highlight the presentation that is really, it's really nice when you say that bringing the world to Indonesia and bring Indonesia to the world. Good. And then while we're doing it, sport is the bridge and also the tool, and sport is the bridge, a tool and the platform, but don't forget the environment. Okay, thank you once again. I believe that there's a question later on. So we going to pursue to the third speakers. I will call Associate Professor Hera Oktadiana Iskandar from James Cook University. Is Ibu Hera already here?
Yeah. Hello.
Hello, Ibu Hera. I read your CV. Your CV, ya, Bu Hera. Bu Hera Oktadiana earned PhD from the School of Hotel Tourism Management in Hong Kong Polytechnic University and Certified Hospitality Educator from American Hotel and Lodging Association. She was the head of Hospitality and Tourism at Binus and Bunda Mulia a long time ago. She joined James Cook University, Australia as a visiting scholar in 2017, then as an associate professor. Hera now is currently holds the position of Vice President at International Tourism Study Association and serves as an associate editor on editorial board for reputable international tourism journal indexed by Scopus. I think a lot of things to add for Ms. Hera, but since we are run out of time, Ms. Hera, please, the platform is yours now. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Mumun. But I cannot share the screen because another PowerPoint is on the screen.
Oh, sorry. Let me take that out.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Unshare and then thank you.
Okay, done.
Still, I can't.
Oh.
I think because yours is still on the screen.
Done. Sorry. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, first of all, thank you, Bu Mumun. So everybody, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers, organizers, and participants. So I wanted to tell you that Ibu Mumun was actually my teacher back in 1993-96 when I studied in Trisakti.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And now we become good friends. Okay. All right. Today, I'm going to take you on a journey that unites faith and nature, exploring the Islamic perspective on ecotourism. So I want to take you, right, how Islamic principles align with sustainable travel, environmental conservation, and the ethical treatment of both the natural world and the communities we encounter. Okay. I think many of you already understand what is ecotourism, but this is for just a brief explanation. So ecotourism is a concept about responsible and sustainable travel. So essentially, it's about exploring the beauty of our natural world while ensuring we don't harm our environment. And at the same time, making life better for the local communities we visit. So in simple terms, ecotourism is about traveling in a way that's good for nature and also good for people, including for our future generation. So according to the Association of the Ecotourism, there are several principles of ecotourism: minimize harms to nature and people, promote environmental and cultural understanding, makes everyone's experience positive, including visitors and hosts, support the conservation efforts, because from the conservation we can generate the funding to maintain our ecotourism. And then boost local communities and businesses, provide enriching educational experience, develop eco-friendly facilities, and also honor the indigenous rights and empower collaboration. According to WTO, ecotourism is about exploring and experiencing the natural world while respecting the local way of life. It's also not about just sightseeing, not about just recreation, but also about learning. It involves local service providers, which helps spread the economic benefits to the community. And ecotourism is also about responsible travel to minimize harms to the environment and the local culture. It supports the preservation of natural areas by boosting local communities, creating jobs and income for the communities, and also raising awareness among locals and tourists. Okay, now I would like to give you the idea how the Islam is connected to the environmental sustainability. So Islamic teachings remind us of something beautiful and important. Islamic principles teach us to be responsible stewards of the earth, telling us that the land, water, fire, forest, and lights are not just for us, but also we have to share it with other living beings. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala commands us to take care of these gifts and prevent any harms or the wastefulness. The Holy Quran and Sunnah provide us with guidance on how to achieve sustainable development, not just for ourselves, but for the entire world. The law of nature, if you see in here, is about keeping a balance among the many forces in the universe. Our sustainable practices or lifestyle can create problems like climate change and disruption. Islam teaches us about moderation and responsible use of resources. So you can see there some of the surah in Al-Quran that emphasize the balance in nature and encourage us to live sustainably. And there is a very good quote that I quote from Huma 2018. Islam is a universal religion that is not time-bound and mortal. It specifies guidance on all social, economic, political, cultural, and environmental issues. Climate change and environmental issues are contemporary problems, but Islam talked about climate change and environment 1400 years ago. So in Islam, men are considered the guardians of nature. So it is our responsibility to live with harmony with all the living creatures, showing respect, care, and nurturing for the environment. The Holy Quran highlights this point in the various surah. So you can see in here several surah like Al-Araf and Al-Qasas, Al-Maidah. They talk about the respect of the nature and how we have to create harmony with other living creature in the planet. So the Holy Quran emphasizes that environmental conservation is both a religious obligation and a societal duty rather than being discretionary or optional. So in here, maybe if for you, for the Muslim, so environmental conservation is obligation. It's not optional. It's not just something that we should do, but something that we must do. So this is a social duty. Even the Prophet Muhammad said, if a Muslim plants a tree or sows seeds, and then a person or animal eats from it, it is regarded as a charitable gift for him until the day of judgment, as mentioned by Bukhari. How about Islam and the community well-being? So the Islam also teaches nurturing the ummah or community well-being as the core of the Islamic teaching. Islam teaches us to care for the environment, guided by the Quran and Hadith. Muslims are encouraged to practice social responsibilities for spiritual rewards, not just for money. So the Prophet Muhammad said, believers are like one body. When one suffers, the whole body responds to it. How about education and learning in Islam? Education is highly valued in Islam, as emphasized in the Quran. You can see in here various surah like Al-Alaq, Mujadilah, and Az-Zumar. The Prophet Muhammad emphasized in the Hadith the importance of knowledge. So seek knowledge from the cradle to the grave. So in other words, you need to seek knowledge throughout your life. And then seek knowledge even it is far as China. It relates to the seeking knowledge even it is in distant land. And then seeking of knowledge is a duty of every Muslim. So it means no matter of the gender, men and women, we have the equal rights to seek knowledge. Now, what is ecotourism in Muslim or halal destination? Ecotourism in Muslim or halal destination aims to offer the unique and enriching experiences which allowing Islamic values and sustainable tourism. This practice is guided by the Maqasid al-Sharia. So maybe some of you already understand the Maqasid al-Sharia, or maybe you've just heard about the Sharia, but basically this is about the Sharia derived from the Quran and the Sunnah. It is a guidance for our life, for the human being. So it is focusing on individual and community well-being. So the fundamental philosophy, as you can see in here, the welfare, safeguarding is of individuals and communities. There are three elements of the Maqasid al-Sharia, but I'm talking about the essential, the al-daruriyat, because the needs is hajiyat and then the interest is al-tahsiniyat. So recommended by Al-Ghazali, the essentials include the preserving of the religion or al-din, and preserving of life, al-nafs, al-aql for intellectual, posterity, al-nasl, and al-amal for the world. So now we can see in here the framework. So this is the ecotourism. As you see, and we've learned before that ecotourism is about environmental conservation, about preservation of the culture and the community well-being. It also relates to the interpretive and educational aspect. So in here, actually, the Islamic values and the practices of Maqasid al-Sharia already talk about this. So some example of this Maqasid al-Sharia, like the ethical business practices, ethical wildlife encounters, mindful travel activities and experiences, personal growth and intellect enrichment during the travel, environmental and social responsibilities, and then also it is including like a food waste, social solidarity and takaful, and then halal tourism infrastructure, government environmental for the environment policy, for the Muslim-friendly destination certification and standard, sustainable socio-economic development through the zakat contribution. So this can be part as the hospitality business CSR and the ecotourism revenue, and also to prioritize the local community involved. So actually, all of these practices included in the Maqasid al-Sharia, which is the 5 aspects in here in the essentials: the al-din, al-nafas, al-akal, al-nasal, and al-amal. Okay, I think that's all. Thank you very much for listening, and I welcome the questions from all of you at the question and answer session.
Okay, Ibu Hera, thank you so much. So I will highlight a little bit about the presentation. Understanding ecotourism, we have to responsible travel. We have to pay attention on culture and environment. And how Islamic, you also mentioned that how Islamic ways is really related with the ecotourism and sustainable tourism. Thank you so much for your valuable insight. We'll see you in the question and answer later on.
Thank you, Bu Mumun.
All right, our next speaker is Ibu Associate Professor Dr. Nimade Eka Mahadewi from Bali Polytechnic, Bali Tourism Polytechnic. Ibu Made Eka already here?
Yes, I'm here.
Sorry, can somebody mute the participant because the sound is here. We can hear the sound here. All right. Let me introduce Ibu Professor Dr. Nimade Eka Mahadewi. She's an associate professor of Bali Tourism Polytechnic who worked in tourism field since 1990. Graduate from Diploma Tourism, Bachelor Business Administration of Tourism, Master in Tourism, and Doctor in Tourism Planning and Development. Ibu Made done many research in tourism planning and development, even MICE management and consumer behavior in tourism. Her book published nationally and internationally, namely Ergonomic Destination, A Quality Tourism Identity. So Ibu Made also joining many associations like PHRI, SPICO, and also PATA, Asia Travel Association, Bali Nusa Tenggara Chapter, and many more. So please welcome Ibu Made. Ibu Made, your platform, the platform is yours now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Munawar Zainal, Mumun, for the time as moderator for this session. Good afternoon, distinguished speakers and participants. My name is Eka Mahadewi. I'm from Bali Tourism Polytechnic. I would like to share my presentation during the topic of the World Tourism Day 2023, Sustainability, Tourism, and Green Investment. Can you see my presentation, Ibu Mumun?
Yes, I can see clearly.
Well, because we have only 10 till 15 minutes for the presentation, let me begin my presentation with the topic sustainability. We call it ESG, or Environment, Social, and Governance Green Investment Model. And in Bali, we can call it as a Tridhatu Tourism Planning Model. Actually, this is the new idea for me to share this pra-survey, pra-proposal. And then this not finished yet. Well, we will see the investment in Indonesia with its development. I use 2 approach studies. part 1 for the qualitative analysis and for the part 2 for the quantitative analysis. This is the pre-research study. In part 1, the analysis, which is use qualitative approach, will take the data and information from the stakeholders on how they learn from the experiences, facts and conditions, and how do they look the Bali investment on how to invest in Bali. From the background, we use keyword of my presentation are green investment, local culture, sustainability, technology, especially in quantum and innovation technology, and also for tourism. Learn from fact, we know that 62% of Indonesia territory is sea and water. Most of Indonesia destination have 3 types of destination: rural destination, urban destination, seaside destination, as a theory from Holloway et al. 2009. Bali is still a leading destination in Indonesia tourism. Data Indonesia investment realization shown that top 5 investment realization is from basic metal industry, metal goods, non-machinery and equipment. The Indonesia largest investment location in West Java. Top 5 investment realization are from Singapore, Hong Kong, China, Japan, and USA. We can combine this investor of Indonesia and investor to Bali because quite different. The popular Bali tourism investment is in accommodation, followed by restaurant and other FB businesses, transport, etc. And the highest rank percentage point occupancy, which is grow in January until June 2023 for 4 and 5 stars hotel is Bali. And Bali's share of inbound tourist arrival to Indonesia from 1969 until 2022. The popular marine tourism in Indonesia is Bali, yeah, and followed by Maluku, West and East Nusa Tenggara. We need to see the potential investment on marine, sea, or water, such as seaport, harbor, sea transportation, sea toll, and cruises. So the question, do we need to focus to water? Because we know that 62% of our region in Indonesia is sea or water. Well, the highest trend sector of Bali investment realization in 2023 is hotel and restaurant, and the Bali tourism development and investment not only in land area, but also in seaside area such as Sanur Beach, Tanjung Benoa, Klungkung, included Nusa Penida. From this phenomenon, from the quantum perspective, Bali tourism is growing and attractive destination because of the people utilizing the energy source, water, fire, and air, or we call it 3A for air, api, and angin or udara. Top 5 foreign investment are from France, Singapore, Russia, Australia, and Virgin Islands. This is different with the Indonesia investor. Yeah? In Bali, there is no China investor, but in Indonesia, there is a China investor. Sorry. Well, slide number 9 until 13 show the picture of investment in Bali based on urban destination or city, rural destination or village destination, and seaside destination. The pictures show the progress and final project of some investment in Bali. You can see this slide. This is the urban destination. We have planned for Paramount, the biggest theme park in Jemberana, but not realistic yet. And we'll plan the Jalan Tol, the second Jalan Tol, toll road in Bali. And also we have the biggest cultural park in Klungkung. And now we already have the Korea River nightlife in Denpasar, also the renovation of Catur Muka, and we have also the biggest mall in urban destination. In the rural destination or in Desa Wisata, some attraction already built. For example, Turiapada Iconic Tower. This is the highest tower, more higher than Eiffel, higher than Tokyo Tower, more higher than Toronto, Macau Tower, and Partentum Tower. And also we have just like a Miracle Garden Dubai in Tabanan, we call it the Bloom Garden as a local investor. And then also in the rural destination, we have eco-village accommodation, most of them in Tabanan, also in Gianyar, and also in the Nusa Penida. And then for the seaside destination, this is the biggest project of our ministry, BUMN. We have in Sanur area, we have a diamond supermarine investment. The project, integrated project, included seaport, fish market, and then the fish market also in Sanur area. This project is the first international health and wellness hospital in Indonesia. And then in Bali, why we are so popular? We not only have the attractive attraction or attractive object, but we concerned about the disaster events. In disaster event, to protect these events, starting on 2024, our governor will realize to take the 150,000 per pax for the foreign tourists, and then they should pay in 2024 when they become to Bali as a tourist. And then the effective start from 14 February 2024, the same time in Valentine Day next year. And then this is also the Bali future investment. Is it the green destination or not? We can discuss about it. We already have the toll road, and next year ahead, maybe we build the underwater or under toll road or sea toll. We have already hydropower, biogas, air transport, also hydro energy, and also we already have wind turbine with the solar energy. And then this is our events in Bali. As I mentioned before, we already have the protection for culture and environment, and also for disaster protection. And then next year, the foreign tourists should they have to pay, not only must, they have to pay for the around $10 per pax. Bali have annual event and many cultural event. The tourism event as an image maker, as attraction, as product to push foreign and domestic tourists to Bali. Until June 2023, the 5 top countries contributing the most tourists to Bali are from Australia, India, France, China, and USA. This is my point of view of my presentation from the background of Bali as popular tourist destination. The investment will be useful and give the positive impact to the destination. Bali is used as a model in this case. By use the planning and the cultural approach, this figure show the 3 triangle. I use the 3 triangle. This is the number 1, and then the red one is number 2, and the black one is number 3. And we call it as a 3 triangle Bali tourism investment model, or we call it a 3 Datu tourism planning model. I call it, not we call it, because this is my research. Well, Tridatu is also a symbol of God holiness in his manifestation of Brahma as a creator, Vishnu as a maintainer, and Lord Ziva as a melter. This model combines 3 aspects of Balinese daily life: source of life, air, api, and angin, and also Trihita Karana concept, and the last one, the 3 aspects of tourism. The triangle ones, this one, the white ones, they symbolize of the source of energy. We use the quantum approach from some theory and supported from the cultural side. And this is the triangle from the approach 3A, api, angin, and api, angin, and air. Sorry. And then the triangle 2, this is the red one. The red one is the type of destination. There are 3 types of destination. Usually in Indonesia, we have these 3 types, urban, rural, and seaside. And the last triangle, the black one, this is the from the THK approach, humans, God, spirits, and environment. This color already have a meaning: white for the Ziva, red for Brahma, and black for Vishnu. And all aspects of triangle influenced by technology and innovation. We call this technology in this black side, because in the white side there is no effect if there is no technology, only this black side. Well, this model will help the policymakers and investors on how to invest their investment in Bali. Harmony and balance in placing the factors in the 3 triangle in the model. It is hoped that it will have the peaceful impact on all parties, both for investor and local people. There is no demonstration, hopefully, because already have the harmony, already have the peaceful in Bali. We do hope that there is no demonstration, no conflict, and there is no destroyer in every development. And then this is the information about how I create the 3 triangles model, or we call it 3.2 model. And in the part 2, actually, I didn't want to mention about this part 2 because this is the 2 academic, right? Academic side, and then I will show you the point about the sustainability as the ESG green investment. This is the approach from the tourism system approach, and then this is the theory concept approach, and also the purpose of the study. And then this is quantum skill approach, sustainability, the ESG pillars, and this is the factor and indicator concept and theory, and then the source of the concept and theory. Okay, and then this is the structural model, the sustainability as ESG green destination, as a part of the Amos SAM rule. And then this model, we divided into 2 models, the model 1 and the model 2. And then for the conclusion of my presentation, there are 7. In building investment in Indonesia, the potential for development based on water resources still need extension. So far, development in all fields has been based on investment, which is still dominant in development on land. And number 2, the development requires large costs. So it requires a quality investor or investment who develop a concern in green destination. And then number 3, Bali is small island, which is have a strong culture based on cultural diversity, dominated by Hinduism. In regional development, cultural aspect should still use as guidelines. And number 4, the 3 triangle investment destination model is a sustainable development model. This model as an implementation of harmony and balanced life for Bali with a 3-aspect approach, namely energy sources Balinese culture, air, angin, or udara, and api, and the types of Bali as a destination, rural, urban, and seaside, and also Trihata Karana. And 3.2 model can be developed while still prioritizing the concept of definition, culture, and natural energy, and for the better future should implement the technology innovation. And number 5, research using a SAM or structural model is used to determine the relationship between choice factors based on technological innovation, quantum, destination, cultures toward a sustainable future destination competition. And number 6, sustainable destination is not only for rural destination, not only for desa wisata, but sustainable also for urban or city as a smart city and seaside destination. And number 7, my secret model. One of professor in Bali namely my model is a secret model. Secret model, a 3.2 tourism planning model, same meaning with the 3 triangle Bali tourism investment model, or sustainable ESG green investment model. I think that's all my presentation. I hope it will useful for us, for the tourism stakeholders in developing investment in Indonesia, especially Bali. Thank you very much, Ibu Momo.
Thank you so much, Ibu Nimade Eka Mahadewi. So if I can highlight that Indonesia have 62 Indonesian area which cover with water. And then Bali not also pay attention on the development, they also pay attention on disaster event. So the Tridatu consists of 3 triangle. I think it is also, I believe that I always also think that it is a sacred model because you put all the element of Balinese philosophy there. So it is probably also for other speaker, it is possible if it is possible for us to get the slide because all the presentation is very interesting. If you don't mind, probably the committee will ask the PowerPoint presentation if possible. Okay, Ibu Dewi, once again, thank you so much for the insight. Have a nice day. Our next speaker sorry, I think I have a problem with the connection. Hello, somebody hear me?
Yes, we can hear.
Yes, I'm so sorry because the connection I think is a little bad. So our next speaker will be Mr. Oliver Ponti. Will be Professor Dr. Vighneswaran Nair. Prof. Vix, are you here already?
I'm here.
Okay, so let me introduce you with your short CV, Prof. Vix. Professor Dr. Vighneswaran Nair was appointed as president of this college, Penang, this State College, Penang in November 2021, and professor of sustainable tourism at Wawasan Open University. Before returning to Malaysia, he was based in Bahama for 5 years as a professor and dean of graduate study and research at the University of Bahama. He was also consultant to the Tourism Development Corporation in Bahama. He was the former Director of Research and Development at Tellers University, Malaysia for 19 years. A consultant with many national and international projects, his exceptional research achieved more than 350 publications. To his credit, have earned him many international and national awards. His research specialization in sustainable and responsible tourism, rural tourism, and community-based tourism. Prof. Vighneswaran Nair, time is yours, Prof.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Before I share, can I get the previous presenter to remove the slides so that I can do the sharing?
Okay. Ibu Nimade, please stop the presentation. Stop sharing. Yeah. Thank you.
No, it's still not.
Okay.
Okay, Ken. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I hope you're able to see my full screen.
Yes, I can see your full screen.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, selamat siang and very good evening to everyone. It's indeed a pleasure to speak remotely in this World Tourism Day event. Thank you to the organizer for your invitation to allow me to share my thoughts on this important topic of tourism and green investment. So my brief sharing session today is to introduce to another different concept, the concept of regenerative tourism, and how this principle can be applied in agro-tourism as part of the green investment strategy. So my name is Vighneswaran Nair. I am based in District College in Penang, Malaysia, currently as the president of the college and also the professor of sustainable tourism. So ladies and gentlemen, the age-old concept of sustainability is becoming more and more crucial post-COVID-19. And with travel behavior and consumer behavior is changing, with more demanding to be more, to have a more responsible destination. So rural tourism has been the focus of tourists since the end of pandemic. Rural tourism is most often the premise for many ecotourism, community-based tourism, and even agro-tourism destination. So any rural tourism destination aiming to be regenerative in its nature will fail if they do not have the primary, secondary, and tertiary products aligned, as can be seen in this diagram here. So today we are going to explore how green investment could pave the way for a more regenerative agro-tourism industry, which is an important rural tourism product for many nations in Southeast Asia. So there seems to be a focus of moving from sustainability to responsible tourism, and now to regenerative. So an important part of green investment is to empower the local community, encourage micro entrepreneurship, and also link and build the network between the producers and consumers. So this concept actually fits well for the agro-tourism industry. So the aim here is to evolve from the traditional sustainable tourism concept, which is the 3 pillars of sustainability that we have seen all throughout our presentation today morning and now, to a regenerative model. So what is this regenerative model? So if you look at the regenerative model, the aim is to allow us to further develop the less bad to more good. So in the previous sustainability model, which is regarded as a degenerative approach, the aim is to sustain. If you look at the keyword sustainable tourism, what is your aim? I want to sustain. When you say sustain, what you mean is I want to achieve a net zero. Not good, not bad, but maintain. So is that good enough for us? So if you look at the regenerative model, the aim is to do more good, hence a net positive approach. So if you look at the diagram here, you want to move to the orange triangle that you see here. So the need to have more new travelers, and not just consumers, but what we call prosumers. What do you mean by prosumers? Prosumers is a person who will consume and produce a product. Basically, if a tourist is considered as a prosumer, he has to do more good to the destination that he's visiting. So regenerative is focused on developing the capacity, the capability, and the green investment for system evolution. It is not about sustainability that maintains or that seeks to restore something to what it once was, but by only just reducing impact, but rather you want it to improve the destination over time. So the net positive. So it is not business as usual anymore, this post-COVID-19. So in regenerative tourism, it means business and destination activities implemented have a positive impact on the destination and its people. So being regenerative tourism business means making ethical choices, supporting the community, having a long-term positive impact, and being economically beneficial. So you're moving from the yellow quadrant to the green quadrant, from sustainable to restorative, and then to be fully regenerative. So how can we associate regenerative tourism to agro-tourism? So generally in the context of tourism, this is what agro-tourism is all about. It's about visiting, about participating, about learning, preserving, providing, connecting experience, and gaining knowledge about sustainability. So agro-tourism fits very well in the whole concept of regenerative tourism. So if you look at this diagram here, regenerative agro-tourism products offer tourists the opportunity to experience and support regenerative agriculture practices while engaging in various agricultural and nature-based activities. So regenerative agritourism products not only provide a memorable experience for tourists, but also play a crucial role as far as green investment is concerned in promoting sustainable agriculture and supporting regenerative practices that benefit the environment and also the local communities. So in 2020-2030 national tourism policy that was outlined in Malaysia not too long ago, the rural tourism augmentation strategy was developed with 6 transformative strategies to delve in the long-term green investment outcome. So if you look at the diagram here, it focused basically on governance, on investment, smart tourism, marketing, the demand sophistication, sustainability, and also human capital. So 5 strategic action was recommended for agro-tourism, which I think was relevant in today's session. Firstly, develop agro-tourism corridors with specific themes based on their unique selling proposition, USP. So here is to develop corridors, USPs, look at micro-clustering so that you can enhance the capability of every destination. You look at the economic of scope, where this concept refers to the cost saving and efficiency that can be achieved by offering a variety of related product or services put together. And then you also have the diagonal clustering here to ensure that a product can be marketed more effectively, wayfinding, providing clear and effective signages for navigation. So these are all important things when you talk about developing agro-tourism. Secondly, facilitate the setting up of mini visitor centers, which is another important aspect of trying to develop an agro-tourism destination. So these centers can also become a center to manage microcredits and grants for those communities that require funding. And then, of course, the hand-holding session and also guiding the local youths together. Thirdly, to create and promote gastronomy trail as part of the agro-tourism regenerative approach. So you operate using a very rustic restaurants overlooking the rural landscape that we have a lot across Southeast Asia. Fourthly, providing training for local youth to establish tourism startups. So we want to keep the local youth remain in some of the rural sectors, because a lot of the good rural destinations have lost the youth. All the youths have gone to the city, and it's now managed by the senior citizens. So you need to create more efficiency in this rural sector by introducing new ways to actually to manage the industry. And finally, the fifth one is to organize and promote community-based events. So to promote agro-tourism, it's not just about agriculture, it's also about community. How do you bring the community together at the same time bringing the culture together? So incorporating regenerative tourism as part of the green investment strategy in agro-tourism can be done by encouraging the appreciation and learning of traditional practices and cultural heritage. It can also be done by promoting sustainable agriculture practices. You have the third one, encouraging responsible tourism behavior and respect for the local culture. So you continue to include custom and traditions in your plan. Fourthly, to foster community involvement through training and employment opportunities. So we see here further incorporating this concept of regenerative tourism into agritourism can have a lot of positive impact. But in order to do that, you should be able to measure. If you don't measure, you cannot manage. So to measure the success of this incorporation, you can consider a variety of indicators that reflect the social, economic, and environmental aspect of regenerative agritourism that you see on the screen here. So if you look at all these indicators here, the biodiversity investment, basically, it looks at investment in ecotourism practices that minimize impact on wildlife and habitat. The soil health and regeneration basically looks at implementing sustainable farming practices. And then the third one, water conservation and quality, basically looks at investment in water efficient technologies and practices. All these are part of what we call the green investment. And then you have the fourth one here, carbon footprint, basically to promote low carbon transportation option for tourists that is coming to these rural areas. The fifth one, community empowerment and well-being, basically to look at support for local businesses and artisans. The sixth one, cultural preservation and appreciation, to look at education, to educate the tourists on the importance of cultural preservation. Remember, we are talking about the concept of regenerative, meaning the tourists must be giving back. So the tourists must be learning something and giving back to the society. The seventh one, economic viability, develop a sustainable and business model that is going to help the community. The eighth one, visitor education and awareness, promote responsible tourism practices throughout your social media, your website. So that is as important. The ninth one, waste reduction and recycling, implement a comprehensive waste management system. This has become more and more important in many tourist destinations. And then the last one here, long-term sustainability. Develop a long-term sustainability plan with clear goals and metrics. So remember that the successful tourism green investment requires collaboration with local communities, the government, and the environmental organization. It is also important to monitor and evaluate your initiatives regularly to ensure they are achieving their intended outcome and making a positive impact on the environment, culture, and local economy. So in conclusion, the significance of incorporating regenerative tourism as part of a green investment strategy to ensure the long-term sustainability and competitiveness of the agritourism industry in Malaysia, if you see, has been a focus since COVID. So this concept have aligned with global tourism trends and consumers' preference for sustainable and authentic experience. So it is important to innovate the agritourism industry and see the potential benefit for local communities and the environment and the industry overall. So encouraging agritourism business to embrace the principle of regenerative tourism as an important strategy towards green investment is the way forward for a nation to manage the food security, simultaneously staying resilient in the event of any crisis in the industry, because agriculture is an important industry for many parts of Asia, including Southeast Asia. So with that, I would like to conclude my presentation. I hope I've given some insights into how the concept of regenerative tourism can be adapted into agritourism as we move towards a green investment strategy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Vigneswaran Nair. So, Professor, you mentioned that changing from degenerative tourism toward regenerative tourism into agrotourism, right? Yes. And you also propose 5 ways to developing agrotourism, and measurement of regenerative tourism have to reflect on the environment. You also mentioned the 10th have to see on the environment. All right, thank you so much once again. I think we have to listen for the last presenter, our 6th panelist. Mr. Oliver Ponti is already here. Pak Ponti?
Yes, I am here.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello. Can I read your CV first so everybody know who you are?
Yes, please.
All right.
Go ahead.
You are from Forward Key Big Data Singapore. As the leader of Forward Key Insight team, you are one of the world's most authoritative expert in travel research and destination marketing. You give dozens of conference presentation and media interview a year, cross-referencing Forward Key. Considerable data with numerous other sources to identify new travel trend, forecast future travel pattern, reveal the impact event of travel, and provide deep insight into the travelers of tomorrow. I think everybody want to listen your insight. Time is yours, Mr. Ponti.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm going to share my screen right away. If you could just please confirm that you can see my slides.
Yeah, I can see it.
Excellent. Perfect. So let's go. Good afternoon, Jakarta. So I'm Olivier Ponti, VP for Insights at Forward Keys. And in this 10-minute time slot, I'd like to answer some of the key questions you may have regarding travel to the Asia-Pacific region in general and Indonesia in particular. How does travel recovery pan out compared with other parts of the world? Where are the business opportunities? What can we expect from the Chinese outbound market? We'll share some exclusive insights on these topics, so stay tuned. But before I start, just a few words about the kind of data we use. Forward Keys is a travel analytics company specializing in air travel. On the supply side, we know when and where airlines intend to fly and how many seats they schedule. And on the demand side, we monitor searches carried out before a trip, the bookings made and tickets issued, all of this in near real time. So in short, we predict the future with a data-powered crystal ball that actually works. So we work with more than 200 clients worldwide, many of them destination marketing organizations and ministries of tourism willing to make better database decisions. We have a strong client base in APAC with destinations like Japan, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore, or Australia, to name just a few. So now that we're clear on the data, let's see what they can tell us. And I'll start with a global outlook to put things into context. Year to date, the Americas is the world region that continues to lead the way to pre-pandemic travel recovery, just 16% behind the volumes seen between January and August 2019. Africa and the Middle East and Europe show similar levels of reactivation, and in Asia Pacific, recovery levels have remained significantly lower due to later reopenings. Year-to-date travel volumes are still around half of 2019 levels. The good news is that results for the rest of the year show how recovery in APAC accelerates faster than in the other global regions. APAC is on track to reach 75% of pre-pandemic levels between September and December. That's a 21 percentage point increase compared with the January to August period. When comparing arrivals to the Asia-Pacific region with the rest of the world, we can clearly see how results so far this year improved as a consequence of China's long-awaited reopening. The recovery of arrivals compared with 2019 goes from around 45% of pre-pandemic levels in January to close to 70% in September. And this trend looks set to continue. Results for both Asia Pacific and the rest of the world are looking very positive for the final months of this year. As you can see on this chart, there are some spikes and dips, which can be explained by specific holidays and events that vary in date from year to year. Think of Easter or the China Golden Week, for example. Now, zooming in, next slide, please. Zooming in a little more details, we can see that the recovery in the coming months to the Asia-Pacific region remains uneven. Driven by arrivals to India, South Asia is set to grow on 2019 levels, whilst Oceania remains a long way from full recovery. Arrivals to Southeast Asia remain 29% down versus 2019, with Indonesia slightly above average at 27% down versus pre-pandemic levels. So we've seen that there is indeed demand to travel. Let's take a moment to talk about the supply side of things. Overall seat capacity in APAC is 22% down versus 2019 between September and December. But here again, there are significant differences by region. In South Asia, figures are in line with 2019 levels. Northeast Asia is at the opposite end of the spectrum and continues to lag behind by 31%. Now, I'm sure the delegates at the Jakarta event are going to love this slide. Looking at all the tickets issued for international arrivals to Southeast Asia for the rest of the year, we can see Jakarta as the closest city, close to pre-pandemic levels, only 15% down compared with 2019. So well done, Jakarta. We have another Indonesian destination in this top 10, which is Bali, and this is where we will focus our attention next. As this chart of international arrivals clearly shows, Bali is catching up compared with the competition. The Maldives in orange started the year strong, but towards the end of the year, Phuket in yellow and Bali in blue have managed to get back in the game. In the case of Bali, it is even set to register an increase during the last quarter on key markets like South Korea, plus 11%, and Australia, plus 6%. Out of the Southeast Asian competing destinations, air supply to Indonesia is the closest to recovery by the end of the year. In fact, seat capacity is only 7% down in Q4. Despite the strong reactivation of seat capacity, arrivals to Indonesia during the final month of the year are still 27% behind 2019 levels, as we've seen a couple of slides back. And this can be in part explained by the increase in airfares. Now, let's move to opportunities for Indonesia. Next slide, please. And next slide. So, while international arrivals to Indonesia are down by the 27% I've just mentioned, we should not overlook the fact that several origin markets are performing well above average. This is, for example, the case with South Korea, which is already growing compared with 2019, and Australia is the second most resilient, in line with 2019 levels. And we can also see some key European markets like France and Germany performing well. Our ticketing data reveals some interesting insights about the South Korean market. For example, the overall 10% growth is really being driven by couples traveling for leisure. If this is your target group, you are in a good position. Another interesting insight is that travelers tend to stay longer in Indonesia than they did in the past. The share of stays of 6 nights and more has increased by 7 percentage points compared with 2019. And this likely means that they will spend more during their stay and that economic recovery is going to happen faster than recovery in visitor volumes. Another key change in travel behavior is that trips are booked with more anticipation than in the past. We can see it clearly here with summer travel. The share of trips booked more than 90 days in advance has increased by more than 10 percentage points. Knowing when exactly people book is essential for timing your marketing campaigns. So that's an evolution to keep in mind. Now, if we somewhat change the approach and look at nationalities searching the most for a trip to Indonesia, we can see something really interesting with Paris and Frankfurt. Despite ranking among the top 10 origin cities, they lack direct flight connections to Bali. This absence of direct flights poses challenges, potentially making the journey both more costly and time-consuming for travelers originating from these cities. To me, this looks like an interesting opportunity in terms of route development. Now, in my introduction, I promised you some insights on the Chinese outbound travel, so here they come. We've just performed an analysis on travel during the upcoming Golden Week, and we could see that for this period, travel within Asia is only down 33% on pre-pandemic levels. Hong Kong, Macau, and Malaysia have already outperformed 2019's levels thanks to easier access and various incentives and promotional activities. Indonesia is also experiencing a strong recovery, reaching 75% of pre-pandemic levels. This resurgence can be attributed to improved flight capacity between China and Jakarta, which has already exceeded 2019's levels by 4% in September and October. I think this bodes well for the future as the Chinese outbound market still represents a major business opportunity for the years to come. So, to finalize, some key takeaways. First, Indonesia clearly is on a good recovery path, and this recovery is set to accelerate over the coming months. Secondly, we've seen that some long-haul markets show appetite for the destination, even while fares are high and air connectivity is not optimal. We know now that they book earlier than in the past, so this is something travel businesses should take into account when preparing their marketing campaigns. You don't want to start advertising when your target audience has already booked a competing destination. And finally, closer for home, it seems that Indonesia is in a good position to benefit from China's outbound recovery. This recovery takes longer than many travel professionals would have hoped, but it is happening nonetheless, and it will create many new business opportunities. So I wish you good luck in seizing them. Thanks again, and don't hesitate to connect with me on LinkedIn to be informed of our insights on the latest travel trends. Back to you, Jakarta.
Thank you, Mr. Ponti. So it is nice to see that APEC list arrival to recovery after pandemic is quite big. And travel behavior is something that difficult to guess, but can observe. Now I know that your company observing my behavior also, right?
Correct.
Okay, now I think all the panelists, all the 6 panelists already give the insight, which is very valuable for us. So now we come up with the question and answer. Muniba, is it time for question and answer, right? Okay, so there is 3 questions already on my, yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry for the late response for the internet connection.
So can I read 3 questions already in my
Yes,
WhatsApp?
ma'am. We will continue reading
Yes.
those questions, and we would like to ask our honorable speakers to answer those questions. And the remaining questions we will take from our live audience.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. I think the question is related with the green tourism. It is for Mr. Phoenix Warane. Professor, would you like to answer this question? How can we apply the concept of green tourism effectively in the midst of investors vying for profit by building their magnificent facility and resulting in the reduction of green land, local community land, and increased pollution?
Yeah, thank you. I think it's a very important question, which there's always a challenge of how do you manage over-tourism, as what one of the speakers mentioned earlier. Is over-tourism always bad, or how do you manage over-tourism? Because the issue is always, you think if you have mass tourists coming, the destination is going to do well. But in reality, there's more damage, and the income that you create from tourism may not be sufficient to actually cover. So when you talk about green investment here, you're talking about the scarcity of areas where you want to develop. Because if you see what happened since COVID, more and more travelers are looking for remote location. Rural destination has become more and more popular because they want to stay away from crowded destination. Hence, more development is taking place, and in return, more damage can happen if there is no proper policy put in place, no regulation put in place, no carrying capacity set, there's no limit set, then that damage is going to happen eventually. Hence, so the political will of every destination is important. What is the political role in terms of how you want to promote a destination? Is it all mass tourists? Is your way forward? Because there are destinations that seem to be really focused on mass tourism, and we have seen what happened in those destinations since COVID. So there must be a right balance. I talked about, in my presentation just now, I talked about regenerative tourism. That concept basically is not to just sustain a destination, but whatever you do, you want to make sure that the destination is doing more. It is to have a net positive outcome economically, environmentally, and socially. There must always be a positive outcome and not a sustainable outcome. Sustainable means I just want to reach the bare minimum so that the next generation can see it. I think that concept of sustainability has to evolve, because you want to do more so that if something goes wrong, okay, if the investment goes wrong with more cruise ship coming and damaging some of the islands, what can you do? You can react quickly. So I think the model has evolved currently, and at the end of the day, it's how every country determine the way of managing this destination, and what is important to you, and how do you manage it in the long term.
Okay, thank you, Professor. So I think I go to directly question number 2. It is for Mr. Salahuddin. It's related with the platform and technology. It's not related directly to the sport, but I think the question is related with the platform and tools. Currently, the world is experiencing an era of digital technology advancement. And from this, it is present a golden opportunity for Indonesia to utilize the era of Achieve Indonesian Emas, a golden Indonesia in 2045. how can we harness this era for the progress of Indonesia tourism sectors?
So you're referring to more the use of technology in tourism, in promoting tourism. Is that the question?
Yes.
It
Yes.
wasn't related to sports or anything. I guess social media is the best option in promoting what you have. But I would strongly recommend, when you use social media, using a top sports celebrity or someone who's well known around the world to promote what you have on the various platforms would be a good option to use. I mean, that's what we did with Tourism Malaysia. We used Luis Suarez, and it wasn't just a television commercial that we created, but we used technology in the sense that his social media platforms were used to promote Malaysia as a whole. I don't know if that sort of directly answers your question, but other ways is look into sports that uses less or destroys the energy. For example, there is what do you call that? Formula One is slowly trying to reduce its carbon emission. Formula E is becoming popular. Maybe Indonesia should look in more seriously. I think you already host this Formula E. Maybe
Formula
look
E,
into
yes.
Yeah. So that's how I'd see it. I mean, use of technology when it comes to advertising, promoting and all that, I think you're already doing it. Your tourism board uses a lot of the social media platforms to engage people. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ponti. And question number 3, the younger generation play key role in promoting sustainable practice in the tourism industry in long run. However, they face significant gaps in resources and experiences compared to the older generation, who are pioneer in the industry. What solution can be suggested regarding this matter that could have a snowball effect on sustainability practice in the future? Because the person doesn't give the answer, give the question to one of you. So I think, can somebody ask, mungkin Ibu Hera or Ibu Made probably can answer this question?
Okay.
Hera, yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Bu Mumun. So if I look at the perspective, as I mentioned before in my PowerPoint, right, about the posterity or al-nasl, right? So it's about preserving the culture, preserving the resources for the future generation. So when we do something, let's say, let's say we go on a traveling, then we have to think, what can we do to preserve the environment that will benefit for the future generation. So do not only think about ourselves, right? Not just me, I, and myself, right? But how about the generation? This is a part of the Maqasid al-Sharia, which is the posterity about. So so in here, the environmental and social responsibility practices, right, of the Muslim tourists, including how we do ethically, even like simple thing like managing the food waste. That's also actually part of the posterity, right? Okay. And then also the roles as tourism and hospital industry in preserving the posterity in tourism, right? To educate the visitors, that's also important. And then the government policy as well, to preserve or to encourage the posterity action. Thank you, Bu Mumun.
Okay, thank you. Muniba, if you have we still have time, maybe there is another question from the offside.
Yes, ma'am. Due to the shortage of time, we will just take 2 more questions from the available students sitting here. So I would like to invite the student who wants to ask first. Okay, yes, you can come here.
Hello, my name is Michael Evan. I'm from Agribusiness Fair 2023. I have a question for Mr. Salahuddin Sulaiman. So, how can sports contribute to tourism and green investment in Indonesia? Thank you so much.
Thank you
for the question. I would like to ask Sir Salahuddin Suleiman to answer the question, if you are still with us.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. That's a great question. There's many examples. Because of the World Cup, a lot of people went to Qatar. If not, nobody would have seen. And because of the World Cup being hosted in Qatar, the government went around building infrastructure. That means more investments coming in, new businesses being formed. Singapore Tourism Board actually works closely with the Economic Development Board, not so much. So it's not just a promotion of the tourism board and getting tourists to Singapore, but also to showcase Singapore as a good, safe place for investments and all. That's the two organizations actually work together, something that maybe Indonesia should consider as well. And I believe they are already, the investment board and the tourism board working together. Using F1, it generated more businesses. It's not, people don't just come there to watch the F1 race, but there's a lot of hotels that have been opened up, new businesses, new restaurants have opened up, there's even a fashion show. That means a lot of the big brand fashion names actually do their own thing during the F1 weekend. So it does generate more businesses. What do you call that? The Olympics is another example. It showcased, I mean, you would have not have heard of Hisense, the electronics, consumer electronics giant. Because of the Olympics, they started doing more businesses during the Olympics. So absolutely, you will have definitely more investments coming in when you have a sporting event happening in your city. That's why we encourage that. More events in the city, more people coming in. When more people come in, it starts a chain reaction of other things happening. More people get employed. That means Indonesians will get employed as new businesses start flourishing. Okay. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you for such an informative answer.
Yeah, because of the amount of the time has become short, so we're gonna receive one more question. Does anybody want to ask questions to our honorable speakers? Yes, please. Introduce yourself.
Hello everyone, introduce myself. My name is Triwindayani and you can call me Winda. I'm from major agribusiness in President University, batch 2023. And then my question to Mr. Jean Paul de la Fonte. And then my question is, what are the aspects of sustainable tourist development and how to fit environmentally friendly tourism? Thank you.
Thank you for the questions.
Yes, hello. I didn't hear the question very clearly. Can somebody just repeat it to me, please? It wasn't very clear.
Yes. Can you repeat the questions?
A bit louder voice, maybe.
Yes.
My question is, what are the aspects of sustainable tourist development and how to get environment-friendly tourism?
And how to get a what? Sorry, I really can't hear you very well. I do apologize.
So her questions was like, what are the aspects of sustainable tourism development and how to create environmentally friendly tourism? That's her questions.
Okay, thank you. Apologies for the not hearing you very well. I think it's a very interesting question. Let me be clear. All these ideals and all these concepts to support environmental sustainable tourism are, of course, to be lauded and supported. However, they need funding, and we cannot always depend on the state, be it national or provincial or local, to do this funding. Therefore, we have to self-generate the funding. So one of the first things I think that needs to happen is to have a view as to how the destination is projected, is seen, is branded, to create value around the destination. In other words, create a self-sustainable economic cycle that then brings in the revenues and the money to do the improvement. And if you have, respect and value for your location, as of course the wonders of the world do, then clearly you want to make sure it is sustainable and increases in terms of its environmental positive impact. However, I think the first thing is to create a successful economic model. Otherwise, it's simply building ideals that doesn't necessarily bring the bring the tourists. So I think that's the first point. And the second thing clearly is communication and branding. We've heard a lot of fantastic ideas and platforms and data in this panel about what things you can do and what learnings you have. And I think Indonesia has specifically some incredible opportunities if JICA, it only thinks about the entire nation. Starting all the way in the east in Papua, we heard from the introductory speaker who has done great work in Papua, all the way to the west in Aceh, not to mention up north near where the new capital is going to be. You have a huge, incredible nation, and it is totally unacceptable, in my view, that you are going to be lucky to get 9 million tourists this year when Thailand's going to get in excess of 30, and Malaysia is going to get twice that. And that is something that needs to be remedied. And I think one of the solutions is to think in terms of what are the wonders of Indonesia. And indeed, that's something we've been discussing with many stakeholders. So all of that together, I think, creates the opportunities, in the economic opportunities to support environmental and sustainable tourism.
Yes, thank you, sir, very much for your previous answer. And Ma'am Munawaro, I think it's time for us to present the e-certificate for our beloved speakers.
All right. So I will call one by one or directly 6 of our panelists to have a certificate for their valuable insight to us. So please welcome Mr. Jean-Paul de la Fuente. I hope I didn't say it wrong. Mr. Jean-Paul de la Fuente. Okay.
Sama-sama.
Sama-sama. Okay. Muniba, it is directly 6 of our speakers or one by one?
Ma'am, it's one by one as according to our rundown.
Okay. Mr. Jean-Paul de la Fuente, thank you so much for your presentation. And then the second, Mr. Salahuddin Sulaiman Sinakandu.
Thank you.
And the third, already, because I can't see the certificate, it's already there or not?
Yes, ma'am, it's already there.
Okay. Associate Professor Ibu Hera Oktadiana Iskandar. Okay.
Ibu.
Yes. And then Associate Professor Dr. Nimade Eka Mahadewi. Okay, thank you. Prof. Dr. Vigneswara Nair, maybe already left because I saw the message already left. They show the certificate.
I'm still here.
Oh, you're still here. Thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you.
And then Mr. Oliver Ponti.
Thank you very much. I can't switch on the camera for technical reasons, but I'm really grateful. Thank you for having me.
Okay, Muniba.
Yes, ma'am. So
Nice here. Is there any picture taking from the?
We will have photo sessions later, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes. So once again, we would like to say thank you to our moderator, Ma'am Munawaro, and our 6 speakers. Your inspiring discussions will help us gain more knowledge, and together, hopefully in the future, we can make a more sustainable tourism and green investment. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we moved into session 2, we have another exciting segment to look forward to. As promised, we want to take a moment to appreciate the active engagement of our participants. During section 1 and 2, many of you have continued to contribute insightful questions and comments enriching our conversations. Your active participation is what makes our event truly special. To recognize your valuable contributions, we have prepared door prizes for those who made the most outstanding questions and comments during these 2 sessions. These prizes are a token of our appreciation of your dedication to knowledge, sharing, and active participation.
Yes. So before continuing to that, I would like to extend my heartfelt thank you for our honorable speakers from President University and FATA Pacific Asia Travel Association. Thank you all of our honorable speakers and moderators to coming and joining us for the celebration of World Tourism Day and Youth Forum 2023. So further ado, let's announce the lucky winners of our door prizes for session 1. So we have lucky 5 winners, and we truly appreciate all of your activity, that we get your attention and your questions. So basically for the door prizes, we are sponsored by Palita Harapan University, Swiss German University, Communications and Business, LSPR Institute, and Podomoro University. So moving ahead, the first winner is Nikita Angia from Gunadarma University. Thank you. And the second winner is Adi Surya from Palita Harapan University. Thank you, Adi Surya, for your participation. Moving ahead, the third winner is Riza Pratama from UIN Jakarta. Thank you for participation. The fourth winner is Siddhant Satria from President University. Okay, and the last winner from the moderate session 1, that is Fatma from President University. I'm grateful to all of you for your participation.
Wait, Muniba, I think we still have this winner from the second sessions. So let's announce the lucky winners of outdoor prizes for the second sessions. First one, I would like to say congratulations to Anggi Pratama from Udayana University. Thank you very much for your participation. The second winner is Abdurrahman Khari from President University. Thank you so much. The third winner is Dr. Hawasi, SSS HQMMA from Universitas Gundam Dharma. Thank you so much. The fourth winner, congratulations to Michael Evan Rabiel from President University. And our last winner for this second session, congratulations to Sri Yindayani from President University. Congratulations and thank you for your participations for today's 2 sessions.
Yeah. So congratulations to all our winners. You have demonstrated a keen interest in our topic and helped make our discussion even more engaging. Please stay tuned for instruction on how to claim your prizes. Thank you for all your participation and your active involvement. Let's keep the momentum going as we have to proceed our event with the photo session. So can we have a photo session with all our honorable speakers?
Yes, so before that, as we near the conclusion of our event, it's time to express our gratitude to the individuals who have played a pivotal role in ensuring the success of our discussions today. Our moderators for each session have skillfully guided us throughout insightful conversation, facilitating an enriching exchange of ideas and knowledge. Their expertise and dedication have been valued. To honor their contributions, we have prepared certificates of appreciation. These certificates serve as a token of our gratitude for their outstanding moderation. Please join me in giving a virtual round of applause to our moderators, Ma'am Sufina SS Tifa, MPA, MSCHE, and Ma'am Dr. Munawaro Daniel for their exceptional contributions. Your efforts have truly elevated to our event. Thank you for your outstanding work, and we look forward to our continued support in our future endeavors. Congratulations once again. Thank you. We will gonna email you for the e-certificate. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to cherish the moment of our event, we have a wonderful opportunity for you to capture these memories. I am delighted to announce that we will be having a special photo sessions. Our professional photographer will be there to ensure that you have a memorable keepsake from our event. So please gather your smile and let's create some beautiful memories together during our photo sessions. Let's make these pose positions a memorable one. Thank you. Our photographer, please. All right, in the count of.
We would like to ask our all speakers and moderators to turn on their videos. Please turn on your camera so that we can capture this beautiful moment together.
What a wonderful event today, isn't it, Moniba?
It is actually. So basically, we are done with the photo session.
All right, is the camera already ready for the photo sessions?
So we have already got the pictures. We have captured our beautiful moment together, but we want to take it again. We could have multiple memories from today while celebrating World Tourism Day and Youth Forum 2023 presented by President University and FATA. Okay, thank you so much for coordinating with us, our beloved speakers and moderators. And then, moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, as we draw the curtains on this remarkable event, it's time for us to reflect on the inspiring journey we have embarked upon today. It's been a day filled with profound invites and then lively discussions and valuable connections and networking. First and foremost, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our host and sponsor for their unwavering support. Without their generous contributions, this event would not have been possible. Your commitment to World Tourism Day has paved the way for a day of learning and collaboration. I would like to say thanks to President University and Pacific Asia Travel Association again. And definitely the sponsors and the partner universities, we are truly grateful to you. Next, a special thank is due to our esteemed speakers. Your expertise and thought-provoking presentations have left an indelible mark on all of us. Each of you has contributed to the success of this event, and your insights will continue to inspire us.
To our participants, both near and far, your active engagement questions and comments have enriched our discussion and made this event truly interactive. Thank you for being a part of our journey today. We also want to express our gratitude to our university partners. Your collaboration and dedication to pursuit of knowledge have played a vital role in making this event a success. Together, we have taken significant strides in advancing our understanding of tourism and green investment.
Last but certainly not least, we want to acknowledge our supporting partners. Your contributions behind the scene, whether in logistics, technology, or organization, have been instrumental in ensuring the seamless execution of this event. I am truly thankful to all the people present here who are helping us going through every difficulty and making it to a solution and celebrating such a big event together and making it a huge success. We value your partnership and your support, and we value the presence of each and every person present here. So as we conclude this event, let's carry the spirit of today's discussion forward. Let's continue to collaborate, innovate, and work towards a better future for Indonesia.
Once again, my name is Scarlett. I'm majoring in Law, Batch 2022, and my co-host.
My name is Muniba from Pakistan, majoring in Business Administration, and we are studying in President University.
Thank you so much for your participation today, and we would like also thank you to President University and PATA for giving us such an honor to be Master of Ceremony today. It's such an honor. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for giving us the chance to stand here and present the event. Thank you so much. So we will proudly close the curtains for this huge event, that is World Tourism Day and Youth Forum 2023 by President University and PATA, Pacific Asia Travel Association. Thank you.
Thank you, Muniba. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone. It was great. I understand a lot of things. Thank you. Goodbye. Have a great day.